some more, I'd get some more. I'd get some more tape.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome. I'm Bill Maley, your Brighton Town Supervisor, and I want to welcome everybody to the June 22nd, 2016 meeting of the Brighton Town Board. We get different sized crowds on different nights, but however many people are here or not here, we appreciate the opportunity to have all of you sharing your local government with us. I do want to note, for those of you that are here in the room, on a table outside the door here are copies of our meeting agenda and a packet that has all of the backup material on the actions that we're going to be taking tonight. And I know we have a lot of people here, and I think we made a lot of copies, so those agendas should be out there. Now, if you're watching us at home on cable access or streaming on our YouTube channel, all of those same materials are available on the town's webpage, www.townofbrighton.org. We appreciate having everybody here, and we appreciate your ability to be able to follow along with us as we do. We're going to be getting to the open forum portion of the meeting in a minute. That's not the public hearing that I know all of you are here for, so we'll clarify that in just a moment. But let's start with a pledge to the flag. I'm going to ask Councilman DePonzio to lead us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Jason. More than ever tonight, I want to stress emergency response if necessary. If you hear the town hall emergency alarm system activated, and you will know it if you hear it, we'll need to leave this room immediately. And there are a couple of ways you can leave, either through the door to my right, where Officer Moulton is standing. If you go out that door, turn right, go down the town hall back stairway there, out the back door of town hall, and move away from the building. Or you can leave through either of the two exits in the rear of this room, through the lobby, and out the back door of town hall. Now, for those of the folks that are here tonight that are down in our overflow room, for you, please leave the overflow room, and you will see exit signs. Once you get out of the room, please use those exit signs to the rear of town hall. You don't need to come upstairs. Go right out the rear of town hall, and again, move away from the building. That's if we have an emergency. Another emergency would be if we had technical difficulties during our live broadcast tonight. Not as severe an emergency, but still very important. If you're watching at home and you have problems with the audio or the video, and you're watching on the cable access channel, please contact Time Warner at 756-5000. I know, cold comfort, but Time Warner 756-5000 is the provider. We're going to start tonight, before we have our open forum, with a very special introduction. And I'm going to ask Police Chief Mark Henderson to welcome someone new to the community.
Thank you, Supervisor. What we started to do, and we did at the last town board meeting with Officer Jonathan Starr, was to formally introduce to the community a new member of the Brighton Police Department. I have with me tonight Officer Tyler Moulton. Officer Moulton comes to the Brighton Police Department with 5 years of law enforcement experience. He's a certified police officer, having previously served at the State University of New York College at Brockport. Tyler has a bachelor's degree from the University of Buffalo, and one of the things that stood out in his interview with our interview team was his commitment to community policing. So it's my honor. The formal swearing-in has already occurred. It occurred last week, but tonight is our introduction. This is Officer Tyler Moulton, the board, and the Brighton community.
thank everyone for coming out for me this evening. I'd like to thank the town board, town supervisor, and Chief Henderson for giving me this opportunity to advance my career. And I'd like to say that I'm really looking forward to serving the community and getting to know everybody. It's a real opportunity for me, and it's an honor to be serving you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tyler. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, the next item on our agenda, and I know a lot of you have probably never been to a town board meeting tomorrow, here at Town Hall, or even maybe watched us on TV. So I'm going to try to walk through so everybody knows where we're at in the agenda. But we always start with our open forum. The open forum is an opportunity for members of the audience to address the town board about any matter, whether or not it's a matter that's on the agenda this evening. Your input is valuable to us. I will say, as always though, if you're here, as I expect that most of you are, for one of our public hearings tonight, and we have two. We have one on our proposed vape store moratorium law, and one on the draft environmental impact statement and incentive zoning application for the proposed Whole Foods Plaza. But if you're here for one of those, I would ask that you hold your comments until the public hearing is called. And that way your comments will be a part of the record. But if you would like to address us about some other matter, please raise your hand. I will recognize members of the audience. You can come to the podium. If you would, please state your name and address. Please direct your comments to the board and not to other members of the audience. And if you would, please try to keep your comments as concise as possible. Now, I would also note that if you are watching at home or somewhere else, either on Channel 12, Time Warner, or streaming on our YouTube channel, and you would like to participate in the open forum, not in the public hearing, but in the open forum, you can call 303-3060. That's 303-3060, and someone will take your call or your question or your comment and relay them to us. Again, that's 303-3060. If you're watching from a distance and you are deaf, you may call in to our TDD line to participate in the open forum. That number for the TDD line is 784-5205. Again, 784-5205 for our TDD line. And I appreciate our interpreter being here tonight. And I'm sorry to share with you that you may be here for a while. But in any event, we look forward to your comments. Is there anyone, again, not for the public hearings, but is there anyone that would like to address the town board during the open forum? Seeing none, and I don't believe we have anybody from downstairs either. Seeing none, we will continue on with our program. Can I have a motion to approve our agenda for tonight's meeting?
So moved.
Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mailey?
Aye. And can I have a motion to approve and file the town board meeting minutes for our June 8, 2016 town board meeting?
Second.
Any discussion? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mailey?
Aye. We'll now begin our public hearings tonight. And as I mentioned, we do have two public hearings tonight. First is on the proposed moratorium local law regarding e-cigarette and vapor sales, and we'll start that public hearing in just a moment. Second is on the draft environmental impact statement for the proposed Whole Foods Plaza and the incentive zoning proposal submitted to the town by the Daniele family for that plaza. But just as a lead-in to the hearing on the moratorium law, the concept of a moratorium is one that has been established by state law to allow a municipality to maintain the status quo while it considers important land use decisions like code amendments, updates to the comprehensive plan, or other significant land use activities. The goal is to avoid having a rush to make changes that would undermine the impact of that moratorium. Now, in this case, the town became aware of widespread concerns in the community about the potential impacts of vape stores, e-cigarette stores in commercial districts near residential neighborhoods. In addition, at about the same time, the United States FDA adopted regulations concerning e-cigarettes, and the town wanted to take those new regulations into account in developing new code amendments for the town concerning e-cigarettes for our future land use decision. So tonight, the town board is going to consider a 6-month moratorium on new vape stores or similar businesses. And this will give the town the opportunity to draft code amendments without worrying that a multitude of new stores would open in town before desired legislation can be adopted. The proposed legislation has been positively reviewed by our Public Safety Committee, and we now take it to the town board and the community in this public hearing. Now, once we open the public hearing, as always, I would ask that members of the audience that would like to address the town board, please raise your hand and I will call on you. If there is anyone downstairs, please come upstairs to the auditorium and I will call you to speak as well. Now, we do not, as a policy, impose a mandatory time limit on speakers, but I will ask tonight, please make a special effort, if you would, to keep your comments to 3 to 5 minutes at the most because of the large number of people here tonight. I would note that if you have written comments, you can also submit them to the town clerk, either in addition to speaking or in lieu of speaking. Please direct your comments to the town board and not to other members of the audience. And during these public hearings tonight, I would ask that there not be any outbursts from the crowd. Our goal throughout is to hear input from the people, and frankly, we know it's going to be a long night. Cheering and other outbursts are only going to make the night longer, and that negatively impact all of our ability to hear comment from the community. Transparency is a core value of our community, and I would ask that everybody give all the speakers tonight their full respect so that we can do that. So I now call this public hearing to order, and I'll ask the town clerk, has the necessary legal notice been given in this matter?
Yes, Supervisor, notice was published in the Brighton Pittsburgh Post.
Thank you. In that case, I do call the public hearing to order, and I've given a brief summary of why it is we're here, the potential goal of this legislation, and you have a copy of the legislation in your packet. Is there anyone here that would like to address the town board on the proposed e-cigarette vape law moratorium local law this evening? Yes, please, come on up. I can't see who that is, but come on up, yes.
I didn't want to go first. I'm Dr. Scott McIntosh from University of Rochester Medical Center, and I do research on smoking cessation and work with a lab that's been doing research on e-cigarette vapors. It's real important for science to continue to hopefully give you even more information to use in that 6-month time period. So in addition to refining the codes and all that, hopefully what we learn from science will also help with decision making. And I'll keep it short.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the town board on this public hearing concerning the proposed moratorium law on e-cigarette? Yes, sir, in the back. Come on up. Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Hi, good afternoon, evening. My name is Dr. Yule Lee. I'm a resident physician at the University of Rochester in preventive medicine. And I just really want to highlight that adolescence is a critical time for brain development. And nicotine exposure during that time may have lasting consequences for brain development, cause addiction, and lead to sustained tobacco use. Now we know that e-cigarettes largely contain, most e-cigarettes contain nicotine, so this is highly important that we limit the sales of e-cigarettes to adolescents and children. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I'm going to try to talk a little bit louder. Apparently they're having some trouble hearing us downstairs. Yes, sir. Come on up.
Thank you. My name is Bob Berkman. I live on Sylvan Road. I just want to share the results of a recent study I came across. Actually, I was here giving testimony in May on the original evening that the topic was being discussed. But since then, an important new study has come out. I just want to reference it in support of the moratorium. This is a study that just came out a couple weeks ago by the University of Southern California and was published in the journal Pediatrics. The conclusion was that older teens who try electronic cigarettes have 6 times the odds of trying regular cigarettes within 2 years than those who never puffed on the devices, the study found. And that was a study based on a survey by USC involving about 300 high school students in Southern California. And I just want to share that in support of the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have something there that you'd like to submit to the clerk for the record?
I could send it by email if that's possible.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on the proposed moratorium local law on e-cigarettes and vapor sales? Hearing none, I declare this public hearing closed. And you do have a resolution in your packet to approve a moratorium local law. Can I have a motion, please?
Yes, Bill, with respect to the temporary moratorium local law regarding e-cigarette and vapor sales, I move we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second?
Discussion. Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
I want to thank the residents, particularly in the Roselawn neighborhood, for bringing this to my attention, to all of our attention. We learned some things. I certainly learned some things that disturbed me greatly about the way the liquids that are used as part of the vapor products are, in my judgment, being marketed to children, or that references to drug culture are not at all uncommon. And that, to me, is very different than the message that is out there by promoters of e-cigarettes, that these are really a tool to help adults stop smoking, that it's a way to ramp down your smoking level. And that may be for some people, but I'm concerned. Obviously, the FDA was concerned enough to adopt these new regulations, and I'm pleased that we're going to have the opportunity to do that. I'd also like to thank, and I see here in the room, County Legislator Justin Wilcox. County Legislator Wilcox has proposed legislation in the county legislature that would impose new regulation on e-cigarettes and vapor sales throughout Monroe County. So I appreciate the work you're doing on that as well, Justin. Thank you.
And Bill, I live in Roselawn, and I just want to tell the people in Roselawn how very proud I am to be a resident of Roselawn. The way you approached this, the way you approached the town board with your concerns, the petitions and so forth was done in a very professional manner, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks you, Louise. So with that, I do vote aye. And the matter is passed unanimously. The second public hearing on tonight is on the Draft Environmental Impact Statement, or DEIS, you'll hear that term a lot tonight, for the proposed Whole Foods Plaza under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. And you're going to hear the acronym SEQR a lot, the State Environmental Quality Review Act. So the hearing is on the DEIS as well as on the underlying incentive zoning application submitted for the Whole Foods proposal by the Daniele family. I want to give a little history first. An application for this proposed Whole Foods Plaza was submitted to the town last year. If we can keep, I know it's hot, but if we can keep things down out there. The town determined that the proposal was a Type 1 action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act and required the developer to prepare an environmental impact statement for the project. Now, although not required to do so under SEQR, the town board first required the developer to prepare a draft scope of the Draft Environmental Impact Statement, or DEIS. The town board then held a public hearing on that draft scope. Again, not because SEQR required us to do so, but because public input is important to make sure that the scope properly identifies all significant environmental impact issues that should be studied as part of the project review. At that time, the town and the town's consultants submitted extensive comments to the scope, and following significant modifications to that initial draft scope, the town board ultimately approved the scope for the development of the DEIS. Following that process, the developer drafted a proposed DEIS as directed by SEQR and formally submitted its first DEIS to the town in January. Again, the town board, town staff, and our consultant thoroughly reviewed the initial draft DEIS and determined that it was not sufficiently complete and adequate for public review at a board meeting in February. The town supported that decision with an extensive list of issues that needed to be addressed in the DEIS. Thereafter, the developer submitted a second draft DEIS in April, and at a town board meeting on May 25th of this year, the town board determined, based on the recommendation of its consultant and the town planner, that this second draft DEIS was adequate for public review and set this public hearing that we're holding tonight. Now, as an aside, I want to note that SEQR does not require that a DEIS be perfect or that all environmental issues have been analyzed in order for that DEIS to be sufficient for public review. And no implication should be taken from the decision of the town board to hold this public hearing that DEIS is perfect or that all environmental impacts have been analyzed and mitigated so that the project can be proceeding. It does not mean in any way, shape, or form that this project has been or will be necessarily approved. All we determined is that issues addressed in the scope had been addressed sufficiently to allow the public to weigh in with its input. Now, I do want to talk briefly tonight about the process because, as I said, I know many of you have not been to our public hearings before. I have heard from a couple of groups, two groups that have expressed opposition to the proposal as it currently stands and would like their representatives to speak tonight. I've also heard from the developers of the project, the Daniele family, and their counsel would like to make a presentation as part of the record of this hearing. And I will be allowing counsel and their representatives to make such presentations. As I have told them separately, and I will repeat now, please, I strongly, strongly ask that you keep the length of your presentation to a minimum. Speaking on behalf of the entire town board, I can tell you that we're all here so that we can listen to the comments of our residents and others that may be affected by this project. I want to make sure that everybody who wants to give us input on this project, for the record, has an opportunity to do so. Now, based on the crowd, I do anticipate that we will be keeping this public hearing open after tonight's meeting. But in any event, anyone, whether you speak tonight or not, will have the opportunity to submit written comments to the town on the record of this public hearing until at least 5 p.m. on July 18th. And if, in fact, we do extend the public hearing on the draft environmental impact statement, written comments on the DEIS may be submitted for at least 10 days after we do finally close that public hearing. Now, again, I would ask that members of the audience that would like to address the town board in this hearing, please raise your hand, and I will call on you. Now, we do have people both upstairs and downstairs that are going to want to speak tonight. If you're downstairs and would like to speak, I would ask that you raise your hand down there. Assistant to the Supervisor, Mary Ann Husser, is downstairs, and she will recognize you. Following the presentations of these three groups and representatives that will go first, I will call three people from upstairs to speak, and then I will ask three people from downstairs to come up and speak. And I'll again ask the Assistant to the Supervisor, Mary Ann Husser, after the first two speakers speak up here, to bring the first three speakers up from downstairs so that they'll have an equal opportunity to address this public hearing. We will repeat that process throughout the night. Again, we do not have a formal timer that will cut you off, but I'm going to ask very strongly that following these first three presentations, please try to keep your comments to 3 to 5 minutes at the most, given the large number of people that are here, and I know a lot of you are going to want to speak. If you go on much longer, I will ask you to please wrap up your comments so that others can speak for the first time. Again, you'll have the opportunity to submit written comments, and once everybody has had an opportunity to address the board once, people will have an opportunity to address the board the second time for brief additional comments. But I do want to stress, if you have written comments tonight, you can give them to our town clerk, Dan Amon. Please direct your comments to the board and not to other members of the audience. Once again, I'm going to ask, and I know it's hard because there's a lot of strong feelings about this project, but I'm going to ask you to hold any outbursts from the crowd, cheering and the like, will simply make the night last longer. And I don't think any of us want that. And again, as I mentioned before, folks in Brighton, you are always so respectful when we have these public hearings, and that's a lot easier if we simply give people the opportunity to make their comments. I would just note that I believe we have included in the record so far all communications, all written communications, most of which are by email, that we received from the time this public hearing was set until noon today. Any materials that we have received after that time and until the public written comment period is closed, whenever that may be, and that, by the way, does include the change.org petition that I know is out there, will be included in the written record as they are received. So with that, I'm going to start the public hearing, but first I do want to introduce New York State Assembly Majority Leader Joe Morelli, who is with us here tonight. Thank you, Joe, for being a part of this meeting. Joe and I spoke this afternoon, and he indicated that he wants to listen to your comments, obviously because traffic along Monroe Avenue, which is a state highway, has been an issue of great concern and interest. So I'm now going to ask Dan, has the necessary legal notice for this public hearing been given?
Yes, notice in the BP Post as well as a mailing to the adjacent properties.
And I would also note that in the the record, notice of the hearing was also published as required by seeker. With that, I hereby declare this public hearing to be open, and I will recognize Jerry Goldman, attorney for the Daniele family, the developer of the project. Jerry?
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Jerry Goldman. I'm the attorney and agent for the Daniele family companies who are proposing the development of the area that I refer to as the north side of Monroe Avenue between 590 and going down toward Clover Street. Following the supervisor's request, it is our intention to keep our comments short and succinct. Speaking this evening will be me by way of introduction. Then we will move on to Danny Daniele, who will present the core of the proposal. And also Steve Ferranti from SRF and Associates, our traffic engineer, will be presenting our traffic presentation. We would have a lot more, but I think those are really the core issues of what everyone is interested in relative to the project. We have an extensive record, an extensive submission, which is on file with the town already, and which is available for public consumption as well as review by the town and their staff. There's a little graphic up there, but I'm going to focus more on the site itself and talk about the site. The site is comprised of the former Mario's location, former Clover Lane's location, and Mama San's along the Monroe Avenue frontage, and 2.2 acres, which are being acquired from the adjacent church. Of this overall property, 7.3 acres is located in the BF2 zoning district, which is the high-intensity commercial zoning district. 2.8 acres is located in the RLA district, which is the residential district. As the supervisor pointed out, this is not a rezoning. This is an incentive zoning application that we're here for tonight. And this is a process that we've gone through in town. The process for any development of any magnitude in Brighton in recent years has gone through the incentive zoning process. It's been the process utilized for Walgreens at Southcote and Elmwood, the Reserve, 200-acre rezoning for U of R, assisted living on Westfall, and the Jewish Home. There are specific reasons for that, which the town board is well aware. Fundamental reasons one is that the Brighton zoning code really is designed for use in the town of Brighton, and most of our commercial parcels are relatively small in size, certainly not the size that we're talking about here. So we find that some of the bulk requirements and other requirements really do not match for larger size projects. Secondly, through incentive zoning, the town can obtain benefits through what are referred to as amenities that otherwise the town could not obtain. In this case, the amenities which are proposed are substantial. And the main one, which is out there, deals with traffic. In addition to dealing with traffic mitigation, we're also talking about traffic improvement in the area. On the south side of what I refer to as the south side of Monroe Avenue, there are a number of small businesses that are located. They are really challenged in terms of getting in and out of those particular locations.
Jerry, can I interrupt you for a moment? I think our interpreter is going to have a problem with the lights out. So we do, I know it's harder to see, but thank you so much. Thank you.
Can we remove some bank of lights, or are they all on a single circuit, I guess? Okay.
Really, not in a way that would
Yeah, it's not.
allow them
That's not
to.
going to work. That's not going to work for
Yeah.
people that need sign.
Yeah. So please, yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Well, it's not a question of me, it's a question of them being able to see what she's translating. The public be able to see it.
Go ahead, Jerry.
In this case, the amenities are substantial, as we have talked about, and a primary one that the town is focused on, and that we are glad to participate in, is trying to deal with safety as it deals with the south side of the road. The south side of the road is challenged by the lack of a traffic light, by the number of curb cuts, by trying to make left turns in and out of there. And because of that, the town has been insistent that we analyze and take a look at what we can do to address that situation. As a part of our development, we are proposing a traffic light to be located on the Monroe Avenue corridor, and we are doing the best that we can to maximize the number of properties that have access to that traffic light. Part of that maximization involves acquiring property, linking properties, and being able to have people come out through the traffic light, and in that way make for a much safer condition on the overall of Monroe Avenue than currently exists. That is a classic amenity because it's actually something which is outside our project, but something which benefits the overall community. In addition, we have substantially enhanced trail system which is being proposed with regard to the site, and I'm going to leave that to Danny as he does his presentation to talk about the development of that enhanced trail system. I should also talk about the incentives, which is what the applicant is seeking as part of this incentive zoning as well, because I have a comment on some of the public information which has gone out, which I think we need to clarify. The only use of the RLA property for anything other than vacant land will be for parking and access. There will be no buildings which are located on any of the property which is zoned RLA. Part of that is the existing commercial properties have part of their area in the currently in the RLA district, but also the property being acquired from the church. That currently is slated to be proposed to be maintained as open space. Second amenity that incentive that we're seeking is a drive-through for a proposed Starbucks in the front, which will actually replace the Starbucks at Monroe and Clover. To that extent, we're talking about a substitution, if you will, from a traffic point of view. Third incentive group that we're talking about is signage relief, and we have presented a signage package as part of our incentive zoning application. The town codes really don't address what you normally would do for signage as a part of a project of this sort. Also, and one which has obtained a fair amount of interest is the increased density which is being proposed. Under code, we are at 93,000 square feet overall on our site, or 73,000 would be allowed, roughly 73,000 would be allowed on this site. There's been a mailing, which I received in our neighborhood and elsewhere, which says that the Whole Foods is 250% of what's allowed by code. That is incorrect under the town code. And I can explain very briefly how that is incorrect. And that is that for permitted uses, which is a limited number of uses, those particular uses are limited to 20,000 square feet. For conditional uses, such as a supermarket, there is no such limitation under code to the 20,000 square foot number. So there's no specific limitation which goes along with any particular use, but there is an overall calculation of 10,000 square feet per acre, which is the limitation. And from that, we are seeking relief. So our relief is about a tenth of what was being put out in the mailing, which was received by the public. Also, there was a comment with regard to the incentives dealing with bulk requirements. I think that there was some very high number that was attached to that. In fact, we do not have that many. There are 125 bulk requirements which go along with the various portions of the site. We're dividing into three lots, and because of that, all of these bulk requirements are there. We're seeking, Bill?
Dan, can you speak with the gentleman behind there? I'm not sure what the concern.
Oh, the light. The light that's right there. Maybe we can move him to help. Put on sunglasses help? I don't know, we can move. Okay. I'll see if I can block the light a little bit. Maybe
Okay,
I'll come
Jerry,
this way.
thank you.
Maybe I'll come this way and see if we can do that. But nonetheless, the incentives that we're seeking are well within the range of what you would normally see for a commercial development of this sort. As the supervisor pointed out, this process started out with an incentive zoning application in February of 2015. The original plan showed accesses from Monroe and Allens Creek, but also showed an ability to come out to Clover Street. As a result of meetings with neighbors, as a result of discussion and dialogue, the site plan, which is before you as our plan, has changed to provide Monroe Avenue access only and not to provide access to Allens Creek and Clover. We've been in discussions with one of the neighborhood associations, which is represented here this evening, and they have requested that we provide what's referred to as a negative easement, which is a legal document dealing with that. And there's a letter which has come into the town which says that the town won't allow us to do that. That is not the case. The town has not directed us to do anything, either positive or negative. What the town has told us is that we cannot make any deal with any neighbor or any individual and expect that that deal will be necessarily honored by the town. The town has the integrity of their process, and we made the decision that we didn't want to do anything to compromise the integrity of the town process. So we have deferred the discussion of any negative easement dealing with access out to Allens Creek or to Clover. But it is our stated intention, it is our plan, it is supported by our traffic engineers, that Monroe Avenue access alone will be sufficient for this particular site.
Jerry, I just want to alert you, you've spoken now for about 10 minutes. I know we're going to give you a little because each of the three groups, but I do want to just make you aware of where you're at time.
I'm wrapping up very quickly. As I said, the supervisor has discussed the process, and it's been a year and a half that we've been at this right now. There is a post-EIS process, and the supervisor probably will address that as a part of his closing comments this evening. What our intention is to do is, this is a public hearing. Our intention is to take notes and to listen to all the comments from the public. We have an obligation as it relates to the environmental impact statement to provide written responses to all substantive comments which are received during this period. And we will be providing those specific comments in writing. With that, what I'll do is turn it over to Danny to run through the presentation on the project itself.
And Danny, I really need you to keep it brief. It's been about 12 minutes right now.
Very good. Which mic would you prefer? Do I have to stay over here? I'll stay right here. If we can turn the lights down, Marion, I believe we have a light.
We can't turn them out, Danny. We're good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks for putting that light up there. And like we said, we'll be brief. The reason why I'm doing a quick presentation, my name is Danny Daniele. Behind me is my father, Mario Daniele. My brother, Anthony Daniele. We're the big bad developers who are trying to put this project together. I thank you, Mr. Supervisor, for allowing us to speak. The presentation today is mostly graphics. To give you an idea, we've had requests from the town members, neighbors, that they haven't had a chance to read through every page of the DEIS. So this is also to clarify for the town board as well some specifics that we've focused on. Again, this is a redevelopment of Clover Lanes. These are quickly, and I'm going to go through these quickly, so I don't want you to think I'm going fast.
I need you to.
The Clover Lanes Plaza, the Marios, and the Mama Sans. Those are the three main properties here. It's a 10-acre parcel. It's right on Monroe Avenue, as everyone knows. This is a close-up showing the actual borders of the project. One of the reasons I wanted to put this together as well is there's been a lot of rumors and chatter. Specifically, you may have read the newspaper a few days ago. There was a front-page article talking about the project. In there, it specifically referenced quotes that I had made regarding the feasibility of opening up the back access routes. And it had said that I had said that...
I need you to speak into the mic.
It
Danny.
had said that I had the ability, or that we may, open up those access routes in the future. It was mistakenly done. We spoke to the DNC, and they retracted that. You probably saw that one, but you didn't see the next day. This is a copy of the next day. Inside there, there's a retraction where it says over there, they were misrepresented, Danny Daniele. These exits would not be feasible under the project's current plan. I bring this up because some of the town board members obviously know that the residents are specifically asking that that does not open up in the future. And you have our word, and these are facts now coming from our mouths, that that is not our intent. You may have seen this glossy, beautiful piece of mail come out. Includes some rumors and chatter, as we call. We went to the website where it directed you to. There's some information that we found right away that was inaccurate. Again, for the town board members, it said the Pittsford Wegmans, comparing it to our plaza, was 113 square feet, where in reality it's 128. This is from the tax rolls of Monroe County. It also mentioned that 250% more of what is allowed by code. As Jerry explained, that's another false statement. And again, for the town board, I don't want you to think that we're this greedy developer trying to put more than is allowed. Here's an example. This is the Tops in Brighton. This building's actually 60,000 square feet for a grocery store in the town of Brighton. The Whole Foods actual building is much less than that. There's been questions and comments about how the project's been supersized. And when we first heard it on the scoping meeting, we also went back to our engineers and says, guys, what the hell did you do here? Everyone's saying that we're being really greedy here and we're building a lot more than we're supposed to. Maybe we should bring this project down a bit. And our engineers looked at us and said, it's not really any bigger than anybody else. And we said, are you sure? So the consultants did a density study. This density study, the question was, how does this project compare to other retail centers over 25,000 square feet along Monroe Avenue in Brighton?
Danny, that density study is part of the DEIS. That is already in the record.
Yes, exactly. This is all stuff that's on the DEIS.
We are at 15 minutes plus. I really, for material that's already in the record, I really need to move on.
In fairness, I think I've been here about 4 minutes, but this is the crux of the case right here, Mr. Supervisor. I do ask and beg for your ability to let me speak as others have. These are some projects all in the town of Brighton around Monroe Avenue. This is right here one of the crux of the case, and I'm sorry that I'm going so fast, but let's look over here. These are all those projects that's in the DEIS. Here's Whole Foods Plaza right here. We're at 28% density. This is total density compared to these other projects. When you look at what's allowed, although we're all a little above, our project is the least dense. Now, when you talk about density, there's density of square feet and there's density of traffic. What we've done is we've removed one of the highest traffic generating uses in our plaza, which is the bank tellers, the drive-through bank. That's been removed, which has generated the most amount of traffic. We did that because we were focusing on the tenant mix and what's the traffic being generated to this plaza. You'll see that we have Starbucks in there. There are 10 locations within 10 miles for Starbucks. This part wasn't in the DIS. What this represents is that Starbucks is relocating. However, when you're looking at the DOT letters and you're looking at the traffic study, what it does is it takes into account there's a Starbucks going there and how much traffic is it going to bring in. It doesn't take into effect that it's relocating, and in fact, that relocation doesn't necessarily bring more traffic to that area of Monroe Avenue.
Danny, I'm going to give you 30 more seconds. I spoke with your attorney this morning. I made it very clear that these groups would be allowed 15 minutes each. You are past that. I'm sorry, Mr. Ferrante. Your material is going to have to be submitted in writing. I give you 30 more seconds, Danny.
All right, well, I'll just end it here, and this is all is online. That's great. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. If Mr. Ferrante has a very brief... No, that's fine. All right. Next, I'm going to recognize Robert Bergdorf.
We can go back with the lights. I don't have any... Good evening. Robert Bergdorf from the law firm Nixon Peabody, appearing tonight on behalf of the Clover Street Allens Creek Neighborhood Association. And I will keep my comments under 10 minutes. As the board may recall at the September 9th presentation, the association, it does welcome appropriate development of this site. It really does. It has no desire to stop this project. Its goals then and now were clear, and they were focused, and there were two. The first one was landscaping. This is going to be into a residential neighborhood, and all we ask, which the code would not otherwise allow, all we ask is that at a minimum it be properly landscaped, properly buffered, properly fenced, properly landscaped. Since then, with some pushing and pulling, the developer has submitted a more appropriate landscape plan. So with the assumption the town will require that, I think that that issue is largely resolved. The second, and this is the big issue, is we have asked that the project be designed without the 2 rear access points. Otherwise, these 2 rear access points are going to allow general commercial traffic from this commercial development into the residential neighborhood, which the code does not currently allow, to traverse the residential property to get into the residential neighborhood. So we believe these 2 goals were appropriate. We believe they were reasonable. The developer did submit a redesigned plan without the 2 rear access points and has committed to not opening those, and that's great. However, 10 of the 11 submitted alternatives still have the rear access points. And even if no rear access points is imposed as a zoning condition, conditions can be reversed. And we know that if the traffic is wrong on Monroe Ave, they will be reversed. We're not going to let the traffic on Monroe Ave suffer. And we saw the same situation with the grocery store in the city. So one way to deal with this, as Mr. Goldman mentioned, was through a negative easement. And we understand that saying it's premature at this time, and it's fair enough. But one question for the board, or one issue for the board, is we would like, as part of the process, regardless of whether this is incentive zoning or under the conventional zoning process, we are asking that a negative easement be required as a zoning condition. And we don't need to get into that more now with the limited time we have. But in the meantime, the association continues to be concerned because it has seen 2 DOT letters which raise significant concerns about the project's traffic and how it will affect Monroe Avenue. But then, as a mitigation measure, it suggests opening up the rear access points. So we feel that, chutes and ladders, we're back to the beginning here. The DOT has not suggested the obvious mitigation measure, which would be to size this project within existing zoning limits at a minimum to resolve both the Monroe Avenue problem and the rear access point problem. In fact, no one's really talking about it. And I understand it's premature for the town, you're not through the process, but the developer, the DOT, nobody is focused on properly sizing this. We're all talking about a 93,000 square foot project, instead of taking a look at a baseline, what does existing zoning allow, and starting there. And our traffic engineers say when you start at the existing zoning, and again, it depends on exactly what uses or density issues and so forth, both those other problems go away. And there may be even room to do more, maybe less, depends on the final project, but we should be starting there. And we seem to have abandoned that. And the DOT will not, as we've seen from those letters, will not talk about the size of the project. And we find that curious, but we understand they're not engaged in zoning, but we would think they would at least come out and address the cause of the concerns for the traffic on Monroe Avenue and the rear access points, which is the size of this project. So I am glad that Assemblyman Morelli is here tonight, and we would ask him, I know that he received a letter from neighbors, about 49 homes signed it, and we would ask him if he could get the DOT properly engaged to look at that issue. So for all these reasons, the association is asking the town to commit to sizing this project within current zoning limits or whatever other size is necessary so that Monroe Ave is protected and the rear access points are closed. That is the sum and substance of our ask. We believe it's reasonable, and we believe that it's appropriate. I count 6 minutes. As you may also recall, at the September 9th meeting, based on the research we did with McFarland Johnson, this really came down to this issue. And this is what the town board's going to face. Now, later, this is what it's going to face. It can only do one of these things. It can either, number one, approve this project under conventional zoning standards or some other size different than the 93,000 proposed, protect Monroe Ave, protect the rear access points for the benefit of the community. That's choice one. Or choice two, it can allow the developer to size this project under its incentive zoning proposal to 93,000 square feet or some other large amount that will adversely affect those things. That's the choice. And there is no other way around it. That is the choice. And raising it to 93,000 feet, taking it to that level, that's for the developer's gain, and that's fine. We wish the developer success, but not at the expense of the community, not at the expense of the traffic on Monroe Ave, and not at the expense of the rear access points. But that's the issue. That's what this board is going to face. I have two very quick procedural points I want to raise. In order to size this project properly, we need to get to the traffic. I mean, that's at the core of this. We have to get that traffic information correct. And in order to get it correct, we need proper, thorough, accurate traffic information. And the current developer report misstates the underlying data. And that's from the DOT, that's from McFarland Johnson. I know that Stantec representatives here, I won't speak for them, but I think they're similarly concerned. And yet the town proceeded with the DEIS, deemed it complete, and I respect the position of the supervisor, what you raised about it proceeding now, and with all due respect to the town attorney's otherwise true statement that a DEIS does not have to be perfect. A DEIS must nevertheless have an adequate response on everything in the scope sufficient for the public to meaningfully weigh in. We don't believe the DEIS has done that. And we will include that in a supplemental, a legal brief, and there isn't time tonight, but we will submit a legal brief that lays it out in more detail for the board to consider, and the appropriateness of a supplemental DEIS in this situation so that we get all that information in. And why is that important? Because the purpose of public comment under seeker is defeated if the information upon which the public needs to comment is not there, or substantially incomplete, or is materially deficient. And it's going to be especially true if the town actually closes the public hearing tonight and the public comment period on, I think, July 18th now is currently scheduled. So here's the ask procedurally. We ask that the public is asking the town to require the developer to provide all of the traffic information that's necessary to the reasonable satisfaction of Stantec, DOT, and McFarland Johnson. And once that's in, we ask that the board hold the public hearing and public comment period open for a sufficient amount of time, 45 days, 60 days, so that we can actually look at that and make meaningful comment. So that's the first procedural issue. I guess it's twofold, to get the information and then give us a chance to comment on it. And with my remaining minute, the other procedural issue is, again, the incentive zoning. This is also the incentive zoning hearing, which is proceeding, I think, in parallel course. And all we ask, and I think the board would do this anyway, but just wanted to get it out there, that any substantive decision, that the public have sufficient time to comment, which I think the board would do anyway. But I just wanted to get that out there, because now that it started, it could happen very quickly after the finding statement. We would want also sufficient time after the environmental process is done, we've had a chance to comment, and then on to whatever underlying substantive zoning there is. We'd have a fair time, a chance to comment on that, 45, 60 days. In conclusion, again, we want this project developed, a project there developed, but appropriately sized. We believe this is not the proper location to avoid the traditional conventional zoning limits, the traditional zoning protections, and the traditional zoning process. Our request is that the town board commit to the public, as this board has full discretion to do, to process this project to the existing conventional zoning limits and conventional process. Let the planning board and ZBA do their usual thing, apply the time-tested protections of conventional zoning with an emphasis on properly sizing this project to avoid the rear access point problem and to avoid Monroe Ave traffic problems. That's the proper choice here. That's the reasonable choice. It's the choice we respectfully urge you to make. 11 minutes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I know you referenced the association. If you could just identify the group that you do
sure.
represent for the record.
This is the same association that appeared on September 9th at Clover Street, Allens Creek Neighborhood Association. I'd have to get an exact number, but I want to say around 200 households in that area,
That's
roughly.
Fine. I just wanted to thank you very much. I do want to, because Mr. Bergdorf did address the traffic study and some traffic study specific issues, if Mr. Ferrante would like to address very quickly the matters that you were going to address as it relates to traffic issues, because Mr. Bergdorf has raised that issue. If that's something you can do in 5 minutes, let's do that. Is that something that you would like to do? You obviously have the opportunity to submit any materials you need to in writing. Danny?
I We do appreciate the offer, but I think 5 minutes, unfortunately, you're not really going to be able to fully present on traffic what needs to be presented. If we have to constrict it, we certainly will provide everything that we have in writing.
Okay. I mean, would you want to use 5 minutes to present a summary?
Do it? Okay.
5. Please.
I better get a timer going.
And if you give your name and address for the record, please, Steve.
Stephen Ferranti with SRF and Associates. We have offices 3595 Winton Place, Rochester. We've been in business for over 30 years, servicing greater Rochester area. We live and work in this community as well. Where's Danny? I'll need some of my slides. I'm going to cut a lot of my presentation, obviously, but
And obviously you can submit it,
Yes.
and it will be
Correct.
included in the record.
this just shows, the first slide shows you our study area that we developed in concert with the New York State Department of Transportation as well as with the town. Here's Monroe Avenue, give it perspective, but it's 15 intersections, local and on the arterial as well. We can move on from there. Before I get into this, we started this project over 2 years ago, early in 2014. We have been working closely from that time, start of that time, with New York State DOT and moving forward with this project after approvals from DOT on every important aspect of our project. Specifically, the base volumes that were used as the format, the foundation for this whole project. We had to estimate them originally because of the construction project. We estimated them for 2015. When DOT did a count at 2015, when the construction was done, our numbers were almost exactly on. Our numbers, when I speak to numbers, it's traffic volumes. They signed off on those back early in February of 2015 in a memo. Trip generation of the project is extremely important. How much traffic is this going to generate under the existing zoning or larger zoning? It's intensity of use that you look at more than you look at square footage. Any traffic engineer can tell you that. Pure and simple, it's intensity of use. That's what we look at, that's what we measure. We've documented that in the report. New York State DOT also agreed with our numbers on that. So that's a huge item in our trip distribution as well. Where there was a difference is when we did the analysis with our models, the queue lengths that were generated by those models didn't match up what people see and what were out on the streets. That's not an atypical occurrence given the complexity of these models, but these models require refinement. So we've worked with New York State DOT to refine those models and recalibrate them to more accurately reflect what's happening. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I think I have a section on the historical perspective and context of Monroe Avenue, just for everyone's benefit. No, stick back with that one. Just quickly, I'll spend it. There's two graphs here. This is New York State DOT data, not SRF's data, that shows the hourly volume on Monroe Avenue by direction, color-coded, eastbound, westbound, the two-way traffic in 2009, November, and then 2015. As you can see, the graphs for two-way, the point of the two-way count, 3,500 vehicles, are very similar. The point is, especially if you look eastbound at night, this is your peak congestion period right there and there. When it queues up along Monroe Avenue, the traffic has not changed dramatically. So with the introduction of Trader Joe's, the infill along Pittsford Plaza and Monroe Avenue, with residential development and commuter traffic increasing, we still do not see the traffic volume increases that people would normally expect. This is the state's data, not SRF's. Go to the next one, please. We looked, again, using New York State DOT's historical data over a longer time period for the exact same spot. These counts were taken right in front of the project site by DOT in all these years. And these volumes represent annualized ADTs, average daily traffic on Monroe Avenue at that point. So now over 20 years ago, about 20 years ago, we're at 38,006. Today we're at 39,700. There's been a lot of activity on Monroe Avenue over that time period. I just bring this up To put in perspective, be careful of traffic projections, because many times they don't materialize as supported by this, as supported by the previous graph, as supported by a lot of ITE, the International Transportation Engineers Committee information. Next.
And Steve, I would just say it's been 5. I'll give you a minute to wrap up.
Perfect. The two most important aspects of this project. One, just to answer it now, through our revised analysis, the most primary concern of the New York State Department of Transportation, traffic will not back up onto 590. Will not back up during the course of the day.
Please,
please. Of course it backs up at times, most especially when there's accidents on Monroe Avenue. That specifically...
I'm going to ask the audience. You've been great so far.
That specifically is what all these safety measures are looking to prevent. Number 2, and lastly, this project follows the blueprint, the vision plan outlined by the town, as prescribed by the town, and crafted by the residents in the community. This is the plan. They show a signalized intersection here. Through our analysis, we moved it further away from the interchange to have it here. So we have a single point of access. We have shared access. We have a backage road system that will make the corridor safer. Last slide, this is not far-fetched an idea, and it happens sooner than later. Here's just down the street, further east on Monroe Avenue. Wegmans is here. Across the street, you have the identical situation, nearly identical situation, that the Daniellis and this project have an opportunity to start at a rapid pace on this section in Brighton on Monroe Avenue. You have backage road, you have shared access, you have limited driveways. That is the end point for safety and for where we're going with our traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. And again, I did receive correspondence from Mr. Bergdorf, and I'm just going to ask that all of these PowerPoints and slides be submitted to the town clerk as part of the record. I'm next going to call Dan Spitzer or one of his colleagues
yes,
to
Charles
address
Malcolm.
the board.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Charles Malcolm. I'm an attorney with Hodgson Russ. With my colleague Dan Spitzer, we represent Save Monroe Ave. As part of our presentation, and to move things along, I'm going to begin. We're going to turn it over to Adam Frazino, our traffic engineer, and then Mr. Spitzer will conclude. Save Monroe Ave's members include business owners and residents along the Monroe Avenue corridor in the town of Brighton. They're concerned with significant traffic problems that currently exist on Monroe Avenue. They're also concerned with an effort to allow a developer to exceed zoning limits to create a substantially larger project than what is allowed, making the traffic problems and other impacts even worse. These are the residents and business owners who work, live, and drive in the area and who live under the same zoning rules that the developer here is seeking to exceed. Save Monroe Ave's members, it's important to note, we want the town board to know this, they're not opposed to redevelopment of this plaza, nor are they opposed to a Whole Foods store at this location. What they're opposed to is significant exceedances of zoning limits and potential incentive zoning abuse that will compound already existing severe traffic problems. They want the laws applied fairly to everybody in the town, no matter who they are. Now, with respect to the incentive zoning application, I would note that I think there might be some confusion about what incentive zoning actually is and what it should be used for. Incentive zoning is a great planning tool, and it allows the town to extract and realize significant public benefit and amenities in exchange for allowing deviations from the zoning regulations as they're currently written and laid out. Town Law 261B and Article 16 of the Enabling Acts, they provide limitations and guidelines for use of incentive zoning. For example, the use of incentive zoning must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. But it's not a special vehicle to cut deals or ignore zoning regulations in exchange for token amenities. Incentive zoning, when used properly, can be very helpful and positive in the development, but it should not and cannot be abused. Some of the limitations on the board, they must the board must act rationally and reasonably in making their determination to grant such an application and must follow the state law and the town's comprehensive plan in doing so. The first rule of incentive zoning, as everyone knows, is do no harm. You don't make the situation worse. You're supposed to extract a benefit. The public benefits of incentive zoning must also offset any negative effects of the zoning bonus, and the benefit gained from the zoning incentives must relate or correlate in magnitude to the value of the amenities offered. In addition, the proposed development area must contain adequate resources, including transportation, to facilitate the development. In designating areas where incentive zoning may be used, the appropriate legislative body, here the town board, must determine that there will be no significant environmentally damaging consequences of the incentive zoning application. As set forth in state law, the purpose of this system is to advance the town's planning goals in accordance with the comprehensive plan, and it works in concert with the existing zoning regulations. Now, I want to talk just briefly about the amenities, and Mr. Spitzer is going to speak a little bit more about that, but to appropriately address these amenities, you really have to understand the concept of seeker mitigation and the board's inherent power to require conditions. This is because an amenity really can only be those things that the board has no legal right to impose on the developer to mitigate impacts. Project mitigation or mitigating impacts under seeker are not amenities that can be considered in an incentive zoning application. So when you look at the existing development proposal, it's likely that if they were to proceed under the normal course, there would be significant zoning permits and approvals they would need. Conditional use permit, use variance, site plan, subdivision, re-subdivision, area variances, ARB review. Both the local code and the state code provide that these boards have the appropriate authority to impose conditions on the development to minimize impacts. And anything that could be imposed as a condition should not be considered. I would also note that, with respect to seeker mitigation, the way seeker works is you require mitigation of impacts. And I don't want to take up too much of the time, so I'm going to wrap up here. The town is supposed to get something in return, and that's important. And this proposal really only offers as amenities those things which are already required either through conditions or seeker mitigation. And so we will be following and supplementing this with written comments, and I want to turn it over to Adam Frazino, our traffic expert. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Adam Frazino. I'm representing McFarland Johnson. I'll skip the credentials for the sake of time. I did have a slideshow, but I'm just handing out a hard copy because we're going to be going through this very quickly. First of all, I just wanted to note that we have been involved in this project over the last year, submitting our comments and concerns through the scoping document and all the other documents referenced earlier by the supervisor. And I want to just point out that I'm going to touch a couple of key points that are really hindering us from fully analyzing the traffic impacts that are the result of this project. One being that the base traffic model doesn't necessarily reflect the existing conditions out there. SRF has noted that, the DOT has noted that. It's really hard to analyze what the results are going to be when you don't have the base. I won't bore everyone with how traffic modeling works, but you need to have a proper base before you can add traffic, manipulate traffic, to accurately determine what the end results are going to be after this development is in place. With queues showing roughly half the distance of what are actually observed out there on a daily basis, in my opinion, that requires significant recalibration, which we look forward to seeing in a future submission of the study. Moving forward, the other option that was already discussed is the notion that the code-compliant alternative had not been analyzed to the extent that we can actually see and the public can see and the town board can see what a code-compliant site plan would develop from a traffic standpoint. I'll just leave it at that. There's a lot more details that we'll be submitting in writing later, but the important point is in the scope. We were requesting, and the town was requesting, that a code-compliant option be analyzed to be able to see what the incentives would be required to properly compensate for the difference between what code allows and what is being proposed. One of the other concerns we had was the trip generation. Again, I won't bore everyone with how trip generation is calculated, but the ITE manual incorporates the whole gross square footage of a building. The Whole Foods is roughly 53,900 square feet as proposed. The traffic study only analyzed 50,000 square feet. It's about roughly 8% increase in traffic. Moving forward about the proposed operations, I think it's important for the town board and the town and the public to know that the proposed traffic operations are significantly failing, and per their analysis, per their current submitted analysis, to the extent that the synchro model that they ran specifically says that the delay and the queue lengths are unknown because after 2 cycles of the intersection, it essentially gives up. It's saying we're failing, we know we're failing, and it kind of drops at that point. And in the fine print, you can see that in the appendices for the traffic analysis printouts. Again, I had direct verbiage of that, but we'll be submitting that in writing. The last item I wanted to bring up was the fact of safety concerns with the DOT understanding the amount of traffic that utilizes Monroe Ave has restricted the use of left turn arrows to go into the site from the main entrance at the new signal that they're proposing. This has significant concerns on our part in that traffic will back up. You'll get people trying to enter in the unsignalized access point closer to 590, where they're really not supposed to be a high volume of traffic doing that as they're proposed. And you'll have unsafe maneuvers. And again, there's more detail that will be submitted. But the last point I wanted to make was, again, touching the safety aspect. No highway safety analysis was prepared in conjunction with the DEIS. Just through our FOIL request over the last 3 years, there was 384 accidents between Clover and the Allens Creek intersections on Monroe Ave. That represents an accident rate that's almost 3 times the statewide average for a similar roadway. I'm not saying this project will benefit or hurt that accident rate, but a study should be done to see what's causing these accidents, accident trends, and see what the impacts will have, this project will have on them. So in conclusion, I'm just trying to note the fact that we reviewed on a conceptual level the study provided, but we have some very key concerns that are preventing us from thoroughly analyzing the study, and we feel that it's appropriate that revisions be made before a proper determination is on the traffic impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Spitzer?
Thank you very much. And to I'm Daniel Spitzer, to summarize what we've been talking about, and let me follow on what Bob said in terms of an ask tonight. We're looking for you to keep the record open while a proper traffic study is done, while it's properly updated, the things that many people have identified as the problem. I'd like to suggest to this board, which is known for its efforts to reach out to the community, that you have a traffic day. Let's get the DOT in here if they're willing to. Hopefully the State Assemblyman can help us with that. Let's have the time for SRF to make a presentation, and we can then show videos of those imaginary traffic jams. And let's have a day, start 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It can be informal or it can be part of your record, however you think, but clearly traffic is the issue here and the impacts from traffic. So let's spend the time the community deserves. Because what's in front of you is not a development. What's in front of you is a tipping point. Is this going to be the board that allowed the quality of life in Brighton to start to decline? It's not about the density, sir, of what other developers got, and your right to that same density. The question is, fairly or unfairly to you...
Excuse me, Mr. Spitzer, if you could just follow the supervisor's instructions and direct your comments to the board and not to other members of the audience, I'd appreciate that.
Sorry, I was just trying to address his point, but I'd be happy to do that, Mr. Gordon, if you feel that's important. Mr. Supervisor, even if the density given to other developers was greater, and he feels that he's just asking for even less, the fact is, the question is, that Mr. Gordon doesn't want me to pose is, what's the capacity of the infrastructure? That's your question. That's your job. You're stuck with those other developers. You probably didn't even approve those other ones. You'd have done it differently. You'd have made sure it was fairer or looked at this project and protected this. But the reality is we're dealing with the infrastructure that is already at a situation that is failing, and the developer is not improving it. I don't think these people would be in here cheering you if pedestrian safety was an amenity. If pedestrian safety improvements are an amenity, then let's just throw out the zoning code. There are no amenities being proposed here. Every one of these is a mitigating condition of a damaging, supersized proposal, and it's simply unnecessary. Let's send this to the planning board. Let's send this and the applicant to go through the normal process and then see if he needs some variances on density. If Mr. Goldman says it's really not asking for all that much, then he should have no problem getting the variances, including use variances. So what we're trying to do here is rewrite the code, because whether it's 25% or 250%, it's still more than you can get incentive zoning in New York City. And this is the town that's the poster child for incentive zoning. This is the town that teaches other towns how to do it right. This is not an incentive zoning proposal, because you do not have the right to violate the plan with incentive zoning, and you do not have any amenities in front of you when all you have is mitigating conditions, which you have the right to include in your permits. So let's focus on traffic. Let's get a traffic study that uses the right size proposal. Let's get a traffic study that has the right lengths. Let's get a traffic study that the DOT doesn't criticize. Then we can argue about what the impacts are, but at least we can all agree on what the impacts are in terms of what's actually going to happen rather than what their impact is, if you will. I think I screwed that up. But what's important here is to understand that you are facing a situation that the DOT calls gridlock. Not our engineer, not their engineer, not your engineer. The DOT used the word gridlock. So how many people are going to drive into this neighborhood of this gentleman's client to buy a house? Oh, by the way, you're facing gridlock if you buy there. This is about quality of life. That's what you're voting on. And the developer can complain up and down that it's not fair that he should bear the cost of the infrastructure shortages. But that's the reality you face. You're not here to vote on this proposal alone. You're here to vote on the quality of life of the community. And this development, as proposed, which is totally unnecessary to build a fine gateway to the community, will diminish that quality of life. We call on you to reject the incentive zoning approach. We call on you to tell this applicant, follow our zoning rules. They've worked for all those other developers. And we call on you to, call on you to correct the traffic report, include cumulative impacts as you're required by law in your DIS, include growth-inducing aspects in your DEIS as you're required to by law, do all the things that should have been in the DEIS, and let's have the community have a fair decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. I appreciate all the applause for the fact that the attorneys are finished speaking for the evening. Now, because like you, I'm looking forward to hearing from some residents. And again, as I said in the very beginning, what we're going to be doing is 3 upstairs, 3 downstairs. And I know it's hard, and this is going to take a while. So I'm going to be calling people. I saw this gentleman here with the striped shirt. There's a gentleman with a beard in the back, and I saw a woman, yes, back there in the corner. I'm going to ask you 3 to be the first 3 speakers, and after the first 2 speak, I will ask our downstairs folks to come up for their first 3. Again, please state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Wilmot, 19 Silco Hill, Pittsford, New York. 90 seconds. Okay, I'm I'm a former Monroe County legislator. I'm also currently a feature filmmaker. Without addressing them, I'd like to say that the Daniele family has made major contributions to this community. I've eaten at the restaurant 1,000,000 times. We made a film downtown Rochester 2 years ago. We used their catering services frequently. They're a good family, they're good people. However, as we've heard tonight, this is a state road. It's not just some small road. Monroe Avenue is its name in this portion. It's Route 31. It goes from the edge of the Adirondacks on the east to Niagara Falls, New York on the west. It is already gridlocked. I use it every day. It's a bloody nightmare. This is an oversized, considering the family I come from, I don't begrudge real estate developers. I don't begrudge real estate developers or people that want to do business in Monroe County, but this is a terrible stretch of road that already is dysfunctional. I know the state DOT worked with the town of Brighton to limit the eastbound right-hand lane and make that much smaller. That was a dynamite, fantastic lane that helped all of us get through that intersection. It is now a disaster. It may have increased pedestrian safety. It may have increased vehicular safety, but it certainly has created a major inefficiency. So the traffic light proposal will not work. We cannot have, on that stretch of road, every 200 yards, another traffic light. They are not synced. The traffic is now already backing up to Allens Creek Westfall intersection on the eastbound side. And finally, I would have to say that it would be unfortunate, this is not a threat, this is a reality. It would be most unfortunate if this proposal ended up in court like the Westport Crossing proposal has in the village of Pittsford, which has now been delayed years. And I am, for the record, against that project too. Monroe Avenue, starting with our family in the 1960s, has been very developed, and we certainly have contributed to that. But no matter who has done what previously, as somebody just said, this is a bad, bad stretch of road to add that many thousands of square feet, that many extra cars. It will not work, and I do believe there will be lawsuits, with all due respect to the Daniele family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmot. And the woman in the, yes, you ma'am, yes. And next, the gentleman with the beard, yes, and then someone from downstairs.
Estinette Goldstein, on Ashbourne Road.
If you speak in the microphone.
Oh, okay. I always thought that the duty of our elected officials is to listen to what the citizens of our community are saying. I always thought that they were bound by their election promises to maintain a high quality of life for the town. I always thought that they were supposed to have the best interests of their town in mind. What a surprise to find out that, in the town of Brighton, this isn't always true. The town of Brighton, it can be all about how much money developers will spend on amenities they claim will benefit the town, when it is obvious that these amenities solely benefit their proposal. But believe it or not, there are times when the best interests of Brighton don't equal developer-proposed incentive zoning packages. The huge development proposed by the Daniele Company on 10 acres of property from 2700 to 2900 Monroe Avenue, running into Clover Street, consists of a 50,000 square foot grocery store, a 39,000 square foot retail store, a drive-through Starbucks, and a bank, and I'm sure large parking areas. It seems embarrassingly obvious to ask the following questions. Do we need another huge development in an area that is very developed already? Do we need an overwhelming influx of traffic in an area already struggling to handle the existing traffic? Do we need yet another grocery store in addition to the others a very short distance down Monroe Avenue that are already vying for customers in the local area, including an organic and natural market? Do we need another bank on Monroe Avenue where there's a bank about every 2 blocks? Do we need another Starbucks a half a block away from the one on the corner of Clover Street? I can't imagine anyone that lives in Brighton answering yes to any of these questions. To encourage the town to grant his zoning request, Mr. Daniele has offered to pay for yet another traffic signal plus a crosswalk in front of his development to access the south side of Monroe Avenue. Why is Brighton allowing the developer to manipulate them? claiming that a simple traffic light and crosswalk will address the larger problems this huge development will create just to gain access to his parcel when there already are 5 traffic lights from Edgewood Avenue down to Clover Street seems very manipulative. So now Brighton isn't in charge of its land anymore. At what cost is this zoning incentive to the welfare of our town? We are sacrificing our principles for a quick buck? Are we doing that? Hasn't the time finally come when the quality of life and welfare of every Brighton resident should take precedence over the arrogance and financial gain of every commercial retail developer that sees Brighton as an easy mark for development? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And would you like to submit your comments formally for the record? Thank you. And Mr. Gillette, come on up.
Thank you. Thank you for referring to me as a gentleman with the beard. People often note the beard, but the other part rarely. In keeping with some of the other comments, but not going.
Name, address.
I'm Tom Gillette. I live at 105 Pickwick Drive, which is, let me put it in the context of this evening. It's a Jordan Spieth wedge from the Clover Street access point that was shown in some of the drawings. So as the crow flies from behind what is now Mama San's, it's a fat wedge to get to my backyard. Keeping with other comments that people have made, I'm tempted to ask for a vote of those here who would ask the town board to reconvene at a different venue for the next phase of this, maybe Brighton High School auditorium, so that everybody who wants to be in the room can be in the room. The overflow room overflowed. Out in the lobby, it's charming, but it would be great to be in the same room with all the action at the same time. So if the hearing remains open, I hope you'll at least consider a different venue that would accommodate everybody. A couple points. Several of the speakers, fortunately for everyone, have covered ideas that I wanted to speak to, but anybody who lives within a half a mile of Clover and Monroe comes to a certain time of the year, the holiday season, and you start to share different routes that you're going to get home, because Monroe Avenue from somewhere shortly before Thanksgiving until Martin Luther King Day is really an absurd kind of an exercise to drive through. Well, we don't have to qualify that anymore, because almost every day now, from 4:30 until about 6:30, that same stretch of road is totally jammed. Nobody really knows what the reason is, traffic analysts and experts aside. Some of us think that the fact that Pittsford has permitted development of a few hundred units south of Monroe Avenue off Clover Street probably has something to do with it, but it's definitely no longer a holiday phenomenon, and it can only get worse. A couple points that I would make, again, that are kind of reinforcing ideas that you may have heard. Even though the alternative one closes the access points on Allens Creek and Clover Street, many of us have a concern that 2 years, 5 years, 6 months down the road, no pun intended, somebody is going to say, oh my God, look at the traffic is horrible, we've got to open those up. So when somebody requests some kind of guarantee, either from the developer or the town, more appropriately for the town, that that's not going to happen, that needs to be reinforced. The time to anticipate and solve that potential problem is before a massive development goes in there, when everybody looks at each other and says, well, the only way to do this is open up access to Allens Creek, or open up access to Clover, or both. So
we encourage that consideration now, to think about that problem now and plan accordingly. One of the things that I found interesting in doing a little research for tonight, and we've got a proposed building of 54,000 square feet, the Whole Foods building. All right, 53,900. Don't want to exaggerate. Actually, I do. I went and looked at the Whole Foods marketing website, and this proposed development for the Whole Foods store is about 30% larger than what they're building almost every place else. So you've got in Kirkland, Washington, a 40,000 square foot store, Lancaster, PA, 40,000, Jacksonville Beach, Florida, 35,000 square feet, in Washington, D.C. on Florida Avenue, 40,000, Mandeville, Louisiana, 40,000. In Sarasota, Florida, now here is an amenity for you. This will be the last one, but it was so much fun I had to share it. Sarasota, Florida, Whole Foods built a 41,000 square foot store there. It was approved by the Sarasota County Board of Supervisors, but it required paving over an access point that was part of a sanctuary for manatees. Well, it was a small part of the parcel, less than an acre, but Whole Foods offered 41 acres of pristine wilderness on the Manatee River. Granted, it was 30 miles away, but that was the quid pro quo for that. Now that's an amenity. Another traffic light that benefits businesses on the other side of the street, not so much. I will commit my comments to writing and submit them, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gillette. Now we'll start with the downstairs folks. Mr. Galbraith?
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, town board members. My name is Robert Galbraith, and I reside at 320 Allens Creek Road. I find it interesting to follow the comments that the people have made because my comments are somewhat similar to what we've heard tonight. I think the biggest issue is that we don't have adequate information to make informed decisions as to where we're going with respect to the traffic in this project. I don't think many of us oppose the development of the area, and we understand that it's going to be developed. It's just how is it going to be developed and what is the best way for it to be developed. I would ask the board in the May 24, 2016 letter from Stantec, which was attached to the resolution, they referenced the fact that Stantec has not provided the town with the substance comments that come from their disagreement with the information and results provided in the developer. Not that they have significant ones, but they have not provided them to the town. I would ask the town board, if they have not been provided yet, that when they are provided, they're made available for the residents of this town to see. I also find it somewhat, at this point at least procedurally, premature for us as citizens to be commenting at this process when the study by the town's engineer is not complete and has not been provided. I think the process should be slowed down and we should go forward. Following Mr. Gillette, it's interesting, I did an analysis, it's amazing what you can find on the internet. I did an analysis of the sales that occur with respect to Whole Foods. Statement by the CEO on the Jim Cramer show said that they do more than $1,000 per square foot per annum. That was repeated in the ICSC brochure materials, which is the International Shopping Center at the site. We have 54,000 square feet of space here. That's $54 million worth of revenue generated on an annualized basis. According to the Food Marketing Institute and Information Services guidelines, the average supermarket today sells on a per visit basis $29.90 worth of food. So if you were to assume this is Whole Foods and it's a little bit higher than average, round that number up to $40 per visit. If you multiply 1,000 times $1,000 per square foot times 54,000 square feet, I know I've rounded up slightly, divided by 40, you come out with the annual visits to a Whole Foods supermarket are 1,350,000 visits. If you divide that by 365, you come up with 3,700 visits a day. In the alternative, if you look at the 10-1, the filing that they filed with the SEC, provides specifically, sorry, I don't have my glasses here. Okay. For round figures, there are 8 million visits a day to Whole Foods units, to Whole Foods. There are 341 stores with 8 million visits a day. Of those 8 million visits, divided by 361, that's 8 million visits per week, I should say. That's 22,160 is the average. On a per day visit, that is 3,165 visits a day. This is off of their own statistics. Now, their average store size nationwide is 39,000 square feet. They're pushing for 50,000 square feet with their new stores that they're developing. This is all within their, if you look at their annual reports, online it's there. If you take the 39,000 and you up to 54,000, that makes a multiplier of 1.385. That gives you 4,384 site visits a day. That's the kind of volume we're talking about. Now, clearly some of that volume may be taken away from Wegmans or other places. Clearly it's going to be taken away from Wegmans. One of the issues with respect to Whole Foods is Whole Foods, one of the areas where they make their biggest profit, approximately 19% of their profit comes from prepared foods. If you multiply 19 prepared foods and bakery, I apologize. If you multiply 19% times 54 million, you have over $10 million sales in prepared foods. That's the equivalent of having a restaurant that is selling $10 million a day, or $10 million a year in prepared foods. I bring that to you because these numbers from various sources, while I did them kind of on the back of a napkin, so to speak, all tie in together. These are real numbers. They're really there. The traffic studies, you can take a look at the square footage. We can take a look at it. I think the town has to take a look at the square footage and has to take a look at these issues. Now, just as a quick follow-up, and my last point here is that with respect to the traffic studies that have been done with respect to the property, I would like to say that, you know, in looking at these, Mr. Persanti said that the Department of Transportation has agreed with our studies. I find that somewhat disconcerting. Maybe I don't have the most recent correspondence, but I'd like to just read a couple of issues out of the April 4, 2016 letter by the Department of Transportation to Ms. Amy Dake. In the end of the second paragraph, this letter reads, "The report's queue lengths and delays are much shorter than the actual conditions. This will lead to underestimation of background and full development conditions with shorter delays and queue lengths than what can be expected. Each of the existing condition synchro and sim traffic models should be revised to reflect the existing delays and queue lengths." To this date, I'm not aware that that has been done. Specifically, they had the following findings. In the synchro analysis, westbound queue lengths on Monroe Avenue extending from the proposed traffic signal into the Clover Street intersection. That means that where the new signal is going to go, the current studies that they provided us go back through Clover Street. That's 1,500 feet. They go back through Clover Street. And those aren't even using the correct estimates. Those are with the underestimates. That's what the DOT is telling us. They further say they recommend that there no longer be a left turn signal on Clover Street. So that means if there's no left turn signal, that the traffic will have to stop and traffic will go back up further. I know this is somewhat of a repetition of what was said before, but I'd just like to get to it real quickly. So the arrow is going to be omitted. Last point that they say. Eastbound traffic will be, okay, they're concerned with the 3 color light signal at the site driveway and the Sakura driveway intersection. Eastbound traffic will be queued through this intersection with no guarantee that there will be sufficient space for side street traffic to enter Monroe Avenue eastbound. Now, if I read that correctly, that means that you will not be able to access Monroe Avenue from the Westfall-Allens Creek Road. Any of us that drive home at 5:30, and I drive home every night between 4:30 and 6:30, recognize that you cannot access that site. Every night that I come home, that is gridlocked already. And what's going to happen? The only alternative the DOT proposes is they propose that we provide ingress and egress out of Allen's Creek or Clover Street. Those are residential streets. We have a school with Harley School where there's already traffic problems in the morning. We're talking about taking a restaurant, Starbucks. Well, it is a replacement restaurant and it is a replacement Starbucks. It does not deal with the fact that that will now have a drive-through and it's increasing its square footage. If you'd like me to go through the analysis of how many square feet they generate and the revenue and what it comes to, I can tell you it's $6.70 a cup of coffee, and they generate, I'll submit that later. The point is, there's a lot of traffic that is coming in there. At this point, as I believe the council said previously, this is Pandora's box. Once we open it, we're not putting it back. The things aren't going back. We can't fix this once it's done. You know, I listened earlier today, and we're talking about a 6-month moratorium so we can do so we can look at vape shops. A vape shop is going to be one very small piece of the puzzle in the town of Brighton. This affects a whole corridor, not just Monroe Avenue, but the streets that access it, meaning Westfall, Allen's Creek, Clover Street, and French Road, and the streets that run parallel. Elmwood, Clover Street, East Avenue, all of those streets are there. I have seen nothing that addresses any issues of what's going to happen when the traffic is pushed out into these side streets. You have 3 potential schools. You have Allendale, Columbia, you have Harley, and you potentially have French Road if people go up to avoid the whole traffic area and go up and avoid through there. You've got Warren Avenue. I mean, all of these streets will be affected. I think from practical standpoint and practical sense that this needs to have much more and much deeper analysis done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. Can I, see, you figured it out. He's another attorney. Mr. Galbraith, can I just ask, were you appearing on your own behalf, or are you appearing on behalf of neighbors in the area?
I have met with numerous neighbors, and they've asked me to speak. Some of them have asked me to speak for them, but I am appearing on my own behalf.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Shillette. Oh, I'm sorry. No, yes.
Good evening, and thank you very much for letting me speak. My name is Howard Solomon. I live on 15 Chelmsford Road, right behind 12 Corners. My wife and I, with our 3 children, moved to Brighton almost 3 years ago. We came up from Brooklyn, New York. And we moved to Brighton for the promise that, so far as I can see, is paying off very nicely. Our 3 children have a great school to go to. They can walk there. The community is really nice. And we can build our future here. And the way I see it is this. Any kind of development, by its very definition, is a building for the future. It's building for the future. And I think, generally, building for the future is a very good thing. But this particular development, which from my point of view is an enormous parking lot, with this development is only feasible because of the car. Without the car, this development goes nowhere. And ladies and gentlemen, building for the future cannot depend solely on the car. We all know this. The future is about foot traffic, bike traffic, public transportation, and yes, the car. Any development on what is currently an enormous parking lot with a few buildings on it should take that into consideration. Because if this town, which in the 3 years that I've been here, I have seen how proud people are that we walk in Brighton. Things are accessible by foot in Brighton. That's what makes our community special. This development is not leading this town into that direction. It is leading it into gridlock. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shillette?
Good evening. My name is Jack Cholette. I live at 10 Whitewood Lane. It's interesting what you've heard tonight and what the written input you've gotten. You've gotten a lot of facts and figures. I'm sure that you could delay things another 6 months, another 12 months. You could kick it back to the planning board. You could kick it to the zoning board. People say it shouldn't be incentive zoning. But in reality, you've worked on this. You made the decision that it's going to be incentive zoning has come before you. And you've got a difficult decision. Almost everybody in this room is against this project or against the size of the project. They wouldn't be here spending a couple of hours of their time if this were some little street that nobody cared about. People really do care about this street. When push comes to shove, you're going to approve something for this developer on this parcel. You're not going to say, well, you can't put anything there. All of these studies, you're going to have arguing attorneys, arguing scientists, and I'm a scientist, but you're not going to get the answers you want. Nobody is going to say, oh, that's right. The developer's not going to say, oh yeah, it's going to be 20% more flow, and the attorneys representing the residents are going to say, yeah, that's right, we agree. They're going to be fighting, and they're going to be disagreeing. And the buck is going to come down to you on this board to make the decision. You can make the decision next month, 6 months from now, a year from now. You're probably not going to have a lot more information than you already have. There's an easy solution to this. It's a solution that is tried in other places. I would say it was tried at Pittsford Plaza. There wasn't a Cheesecake Factory restaurant in the front of the plaza there. Lots of other plazas did not have these restaurants in front of them. They did not develop to the full capacity that the developer would want. That's what you need to do here. You just let them have the whole food store. Maybe even 50,000 square feet is too large relative to other whole food stores. But give them what they want, the 50,000 feet. Don't give them the additional 40,000 feet or whatever it is. Not yet. You see how the situation turns out. If in fact 2, 3, 4 years from now things are working fine, you can say, okay, you can put a Starbucks up in front, or you can build this auxiliary building. But you just don't let them go full bang, because as many people have said, once you do that, if you've guessed wrong, you're dead. There is no way you will not have to have the exits and entrances out into the residential neighborhood. The state will absolutely force you to if the Monroe Avenue, and especially if 590 is backed up onto. You're just dead in the water. So the only safe approach is to do this thing incrementally. And that's what you should do. It's an easy solution. You can kick this thing around forever, but I see no reason not to, except the developer. He will come back and he will say, oh, we cannot do this. Look at the number of acreage we have there. We won't get our return on investment. We absolutely have to. You're taking this land from us. You've got to hang in there tough. You're not taking the land from them. They bid up the price here to beat off, as was reported, another car wash as a competitor to them. So they paid top dollar for this property. They knew what the zoning was. They cannot say, oh, you've changed the zoning on us. You haven't done that. You should limit it. You should play hardball right now. You should tell the developer, look, this isn't going to go forward. If you want to waste another year of your time putting together data and trying to convince us that there's not going to be a problem, the odds of you convincing us are almost zero. Get on with it, put in the thing that you really want most, and see what happens. That's what the board should do.
Thank you, Mr. Gillette. And Jack was the third person we had from downstairs. So now I want to get 3 more people from upstairs. Yes, sir. Here in the dark shirt, and Mr. Clapp. Yeah, you're up.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and the rest of the board.
evening.
My name is Robert Cagle. I live at 1960 Clover Street, right across from Harley School. I am here on behalf of myself and my wife. I am an environmental attorney, but I'm going to get to the point as if I were not.
You may not get any applause that way, but.
That's okay. I think it's clear to everyone here, and I hope it is to you as well, that this project is too big. It will generate too much traffic in the area it is located. In the area where it is located, there is already too much traffic. Everyone is here tonight because they're concerned about that. If it were simply a matter of a vote, the vote would be done based on this, and this project, as proposed, would be shot down. But we're not doing that now. Perhaps, as the last gentleman said, you will get around to cutting down this project to the size that might be fine. No one would be here tonight if this were just a store, another grocery store of a small enough size that would not require another light and add to the gridlock situation that's already there. So, in the absence of having this cut down right now, the procedure I suggest is one that I think I've been picking up on from a number of different speakers tonight, which is keep this hearing open, convene it in a venue where people can be comfortable and get up and speak and everyone can hear. Make sure that you retain and use appropriate consultants to review the traffic study that has been done by the applicant. Put on your website the review done by your traffic consultant so that that can be read and understood and by the people here instead of trying to wade through the opaque science of traffic data by the applicant's traffic study consultant alone. And give all of us the opportunity, after you get all the information, you put it on your website, to learn something. So as some would say, we could have an informed discussion as opposed to us sitting here just knowing what we know from a gut reaction and then otherwise stuck with 300 pages plus of a DEIS. So I ask that you keep this open. I ask that you put real information on. I ask that you have another opportunity to have a discussion directly on traffic, and that we can then you can have an informed decision on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cagle.
Hello, my name is Wade Brayman. Harris Road is where I reside. This project will help to clean up and bring life to the somewhat abandoned...
Can I just, Harris Road in...
Penfield.
Penfield, thank you.
Correct, yeah. Somewhat abandoned stretch of Monroe Avenue. It would be beneficial to not just Brighton, but to Rochester in general, and a point of pride to have a Whole Food store come to town. They are already well established and have an incredible reputation. Why not bring in something that will better the area? And being that I just graduated college myself, 24 years old, having Whole Foods come to town will also create many jobs. I can have a lot of respect for the fact of, getting these jobs in the area now that that area is abandoned right now. I have so many friends that are having a hard time finding jobs that graduated with me as well. And it'll open up the door for dozens of local individuals such as myself for potential careers down the road. While researching the project, I've seen that traffic is a concern to some people, and as of hearing tonight as well. Anytime I'm in the area of Monroe Avenue, the only time I have seen problems is during rush hour. I mean, there's hundreds of roads in Rochester that have problems in rush hour. And I want to end with one last point, and without getting too in-depth. Everyone is aware that Wegmans is a large part of the force that is trying to get the Whole Foods project rejected. I believe...
Please, let the gentleman speak.
I believe, and so have many people I have talked to, that the two companies can coexist without truly damaging each other. What is wrong with a little competition? This is America, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clapp, good to see you.
Good evening. I'm Doug Clapp. I live at 50 Schoolhouse Lane in Brighton. Good evening. I'm going to mention something that hasn't been mentioned yet tonight, and I'm not a lawyer. When I worked for the town of Brighton, I had the privilege of writing a grant for and then staffing the Brighton Pedestrian and Bicycle Task Force. And this board adopted a plan developed by that task force and many very hardworking residents of Brighton that put time into it. If one looks at, for example, Google Maps, you see on the maps in various ways the former New York Central Auburn line indicated as a part of the Pittsford Trail system. Somebody didn't look to see where the town borders cross. But that system networks all the way through our region. This is a piece of the plan that has been ignored largely by the town of Brighton, although it was called out in that proposal. My suggestion is fairly straightforward, and I spoke to Anthony earlier and said that I wanted him to give me the rail trail. But not personally. I want him and the Daniellis to give to the town of Brighton by deed the property they purchased quickly and quietly, and the property they purchased from the church and built an illegal parking lot on to the town of Brighton so that we will know that it will be used for a rail trail and not a back-end road, not by the DOT saying, uh-oh, we made a mistake, we now need it. It will be part of the rail trail system for our region, and that'll be something that'll be around for a lot longer than any of us will. Part of the reason I voted for each of you was to give good consideration to things, and I had good interactions with many of you while we were developing that plan. I hope that each of you will give very serious consideration to that plan and to the incredible opportunity you have now for insisting on a very real amenity, not a traffic light, but a very real amenity that will benefit the residents of Brighton for years to come and the residents of Monroe County and the whole region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. Do we have people up from downstairs here? I think right there. No, I think we've got a couple people. It's now time for 3 from downstairs to speak. Are any of you the folks that came up from downstairs? And while you're coming up, I do just want to clarify for everybody. Was that 2? Did I miss one? I'm sorry. Okay. My apologies. I do just want to clarify, though. Tonight, our primary goal in being up here is to listen to all of you. Your input is very important. Our goal tonight isn't to ask the applicant or any of you a lot of questions. We want to listen. We will obviously, reference has been made to our consultant. Our consultant is, representative from our consultant is here tonight. And we will be very extensively reviewing and commenting while the period is open. So I just wanted to clarify that for everybody. But yes, please.
I'm Doris Harper. I live at 106 North St. Regis Drive. I just wanted to add to many of the comments that have made that the increased traffic that this current project has been projected to be will impact all the neighboring streets, Clover, Allens Creek, etc. And I have spent extended periods of time in communities where zoning was not noted. And the result was backup traffic on all this, blocking side streets everywhere. And it rendered the adjacent neighborhoods very difficult to live in. The Brighton Zoning Board is commended for a history of zoning commercial properties along our major traffic arteries while remaining sensitive to the nearby residential properties. And I think it is extremely important as we listen tonight to the speakers that this is a residential community, and to roadblock it and gridlock it with traffic is really not appropriate.
Thank you. And now, sir, my apologies. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. My name is Ray Perez. I live at 96 Font Hill Park in Homemakers around the corner. Last time we had this many was for sidewalks 25 years ago. I just want to say a couple things. One, I admire the Wegman family. I admire the Daniele family. That is what America is about. I couldn't find the packet that you referenced out there. Evidently, it's only online, so I'm afraid I might be ignorant about some things that I should not be. I just wanted to reframe a couple things that have been said in terms of a phrase that was used earlier, density of use. Some of the charts showed that the vehicular traffic hadn't grown appreciably on Monroe Avenue over a course of years. But that's beside the point. The point is, I think, density of use. If you have lost a right lane eastbound for some incomprehensible reason to me, which took people off the expressway, and if you're going to add a traffic light there, as has been said, even with the same number of vehicles, especially people trying to make left turns, density of use would be crippling there, I think. I also want to nudge you to think about density of use in terms of the site itself. I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the plans carefully. I'm just wondering, I hope you've considered have been provided information about how the proposed business plan and the fixture plan jibe with the site. I'm thinking about the standard in many municipalities for a grocery store for parking, for example, of 5 to 1,000. That typically goes up for restaurants to 10 parking spaces to 1,000 square feet, or in that area. My guess is that Whole Foods has a lot of takeout. I don't know if their fixture plan includes seating and tables for takeout customers. And I was a little alarmed to hear that the Starbucks will move there also. This is all density of use, and I hope that the board takes that framed in that way into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. I believe we have someone up from downstairs.
My name is Betsy Liano, and I live at 160 Heatherstone Lane. This is anecdotal, but regarding the traffic, I was coming down Monroe Avenue just this past week around 1 o'clock, and it was already backed up to Westwall. And there was no traffic. There was no accident that would have caused that. So that's just my own experience. The other thing is, when I was trying to determine the date and time for this meeting, I noticed on the Facebook in support of Whole Foods, they were saying that Rochester doesn't recognize traffic as in other cities, and I come from the Boston area, and I have to say that the reason we didn't move back to the Boston area after my husband finished his residency here was because we enjoyed the fact that you could actually get somewhere in 15 or 20 minutes. The other thing that I wanted to address that I don't think has been mentioned is the fact that so much of that surface area is going to be paved, and I know there's been initiative about not being a water polluter as noted by those blue stickers that have been put on sidewalks, is that I'm concerned about the runoff from that area, and I recognize that the neighborhood behind there has a wetlands, and I don't know how much of a study has been done of that. And there's also considerable issues of flooding in Brighton, and I'm a little concerned about the fact that if that area is all paved, that there's not going to be natural absorption of water from large rainstorms, and that it's going to increase the flooding in areas in Brighton because of that. So I'd like to have somebody do maybe a little bit of research on what the cause of having that large area paved. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was 2 people from downstairs. Is there a third person from downstairs? Is there anybody else from downstairs that wanted to speak right now? Apparently not. So I'm going to take 3 more people from upstairs here. I see a lot of hands on this side. I see a gentleman in the striped shirt, Judy, and right here, the woman with the glasses. You, sir, come on up.
I'm a first-time speaker.
Welcome. We're glad to have you.
Even though my name is Abe Vigoda, I'm the real one. I live on 85 Chadwick Drive. I want to make an observation about density of businesses. Last Friday night, I went to Marketplace, and I took from Winton to Marketplace. I was doing 45 miles an hour. I hit every traffic light, and it was the rush hour. And what the reason is, they have right lane turns and left lane turns. So the through traffic was flowing beautiful. But people that want to make a right turn, they waited there, and left turn. So if they want to make any amenities to improve the traffic on Monroe Avenue, you have to add left lane turns and right lane turns. I don't think you have the space in the road to do that, but that's the only way you can improve the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vigoda. Judy?
Good evening. My name is Judy Schwartz, and I live at 179 Ashbourne Road. My comments center around the incentive zoning aspect of this proposal. Excuse me. In section 209.1, purpose and intent, the purpose and intent of this article is to offer incentives to applicants who provide amenities that assist the town to complement specific physical, cultural, and social policies in the comprehensive plan. This proposal far exceeds the amenities proposed to the town. The major incentive is the enormous density of the proposal, almost 94,000 square feet, with the proposed Whole Foods store being 50,000 square feet, where only 20,000 square feet are allowed by code, and I still think that that might be correct. The amenities offered are improvements to the Auburn Trail system, installation of a traffic signal with pedestrian controls, implementation of an access management plan for the southern properties on the Monroe Avenue corridor, preservation of open space, and redevelopment of the site with multimodal connectivity to the surrounding commercial and residential neighborhoods. These are not amenities as defined in my opening paragraph. These are necessities for this proposal to try to squeeze into our town. Relocating the Auburn Trail is to benefit the applicant. It's just fine where it is now. New York State DOT has weighed in on the proposed traffic light and current traffic conditions with great concern and states that this additional light will only exacerbate an existing failing situation on Monroe Avenue. Changing the access to businesses on the southern side of Monroe Avenue is a benefit to the applicants in their attempt to minimize the traffic volumes that would be generated by their proposal. The applicants had to purchase land from the neighboring church in order to be able to list the amenity, preserve open/green space. Redevelopment of the site with multimodal connectivity to the surrounding commercial and residential neighborhoods seems questionable to me as another attempt to try to make this proposal sound good. In closing, incentive zoning proposals should not adversely impact the health, safety, or welfare of the community. This proposal cannot live up to that statement. Everyone is impacted now without this proposal. In the opinion of many, this incentive zoning proposal should not be accepted. Having strong concerns stated by New York State DOT is reason enough. In all of my years since 1988, I do not ever recall the DOT stating unsafe traffic concerns about a proposal as strongly as they have with regard to this one. It is time for the town board to consider the safety, welfare, and quality of life for the residents of Brighton, and for that matter, everyone who drives through this corridor, over the request by the applicants for this incentive zoning proposal. If it is to be redeveloped, do so adhering to conventional zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. And we have one more speaker from up here. If there are three more speakers from downstairs, if they can come up now to speak after this speaker. Good evening.
Sorry, good evening. I'm pretty sure the last person from downstairs has come up. I think that's why there were only two last time. My name is Rachel Thorpe. I live at 338 Susquehanna Road. So that's, for those of you who don't know, that's about 3 or 4 blocks west of 590 on Monroe. So in theory, that's an area that's not that badly affected by the traffic as it stands, and yet I'm already seeing a difference. I avoid going out to Monroe Ave after about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or I go the other direction towards Westfall and go around, or I go the long way around up to the Torrington intersection so I can use the light. And I live in that neighborhood. There are also a lot of issues with cut-throughs in that neighborhood, in the next neighborhood immediately north of Monroe, directly opposite my neighborhood. And this is all traffic that's desperately trying to get around through the neighborhoods to 590 access. As the traffic gets noticeably worse and worse on that stretch of Monroe Ave, the cut-throughs and the speed rates in these strictly residential neighborhoods gets worse and worse. It's noticeable already. I know that graph showed that it wasn't a big jump, but anecdotally, we can see it changing in our neighborhood. I've only been here 7 years. I can see a difference. What do you think is going to happen if we add that much more density between just that Rowland Track neighborhood and Clover Street? And just to reiterate what a bunch of other people have said, what incentives? The only incentives I see primarily benefit the developer economically, which is fine. They need to make money too. I like Whole Foods, but this is not an incentive plan. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, if there is nobody coming up from downstairs, can I get 3 more people? You've had your hand up and here in the front row. You there in the middle on the left side, and you in the very far back there on the left side. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening.
I'll get back to this side.
All right. Good evening. My name is Jeff Blood, B-L-O-O-D, just the way it sounds. 1258 Heather Lane, Victor, New York. So this being a public forum, I thought I was one of the public, so I thought I'd come.
Absolutely.
My background is being an engineering manager for over 30 years. And I've had to make a lot of tough decisions, and these decisions tended to be based on fact. I had to be based on fact. Many of my predecessors listened to a lot of opinions from technical people who were supposed to be experts. Didn't end up working out very well for them. In our political year this year, we have so much emotion and so little fact. In the room tonight, we have a great deal of emotion because people's homes and their daily lives are being potentially impacted. But at the same time, you as a governing board need to understand and listen to the facts and look at the facts. And the facts, as I've heard them this evening and as from the research I've done, so far show that Monroe Avenue, yes, is a congested area, but it's been a more heavily congested area in years past. It was much higher, more congested in many years past based on the official DOT information. So as businesses come and businesses go, there's going to be an influx of traffic for any number of reasons, and there's going to be a lessening of traffic for any number of reasons. If nothing else, the chart showed there's a decrease over the last few years. Now, I know that there's been a lot of talk about models today, about what is and what isn't working, and what the models show compared with what people actually experience. But models can be used in different ways. We've used them in many different ways as we've done our different product designs. A lot of times you try to use a model to give you an absolute answer. It has to mimic your real life exactly. Well, models don't have to. Models can give you relative answers as well. And so far, the models that have been used have given you relative answers that are talking about not a huge impact. So again, the facts are facts, and emotion happens naturally, and emotion happens quickly. But when you get to a decision point, you have to work with the facts. And I've visited many Whole Foods in a number of the towns that people have talked about where they exist today. As part of my job over the years, I've traveled extensively. And the Whole Foods that I visited most often is where my son is in Chicago, on the south side of Chicago. Very highly dense area, but people move in and move out, very few traffic cycles. It all works. This is going to happen. The population in the world is growing. This is a fact. Places are going to get more congested. Rochester's been somewhat isolated from it compared with many other places around the world. Progress is going to happen. Businesses are going to come in, businesses are going to go out. I think this is something as a project that needs to go forward because it's a sign of progress for Rochester. It's something Rochester hasn't had before. So there is a lot of issues with traffic in the area, but that's an existing condition, and based on the data that's been shown tonight, it's actually less of an issue than it has been in past years. So that's my piece. I think the project should go forward, and we need to focus on the facts.
Thank you, sir. Again, I appreciate that folks like to show their agreement or disagreement. Let's just all show respect. In the middle there. Well, there was someone in the middle that had their hand. Yes, sir. You. Yes. And then you, ma'am. Yeah. After.
Although we have an extra chair here for speakers that want to be in the queue to move this along faster, they can join me.
Thank you. You're a good man.
Hello, this is Ron Waitman. I live on Orchard Drive, and I've been living there for 41 years. When we moved here from Massachusetts and Boston before then, so we know what traffic is, and we used to be able to take a left at any time during the day, and now it's kind of hazardous to go down Monroe Avenue. The other thing that concerns me with all this congestion and so forth, and the report on the amount of accidents that occurred, that concerns me more than the congestion. And there's a lot of accidents. I was wondering how many deaths that representative. The one thing on lights, in 12 Corners, there's 2 lights, and a fellow missed the second light, and he hit a minivan that hit my wife and I on the sidewalk, and with 14 broken bones and head injury. So I'm concerned about people also, or more important. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And yes, the woman here in the back.
Good evening. My name is Marlene Christoff. I own a business at 2425 Clover Street. It's a hair salon. I've been there 16 years. I've worked on Monroe Avenue, I would say 45 years. And I'm a little concerned about the traffic that comes off the expressway. I have clients who are late. I've been late to work, and I think you were in my building at some point, and you know what it's like. And I just feel that this is just way too big a project that's going in. And I think that it's going to impact our little neighborhood. And I think the board should really look at how it's going to impact a lot of businesses that are already in that area. And we've already had problems with the right turning lane and trying to get out of our building. And the idea that there would be, you know, I'm not opposed to the project entirely. I think if it was downscaled and maybe not given extra incentives, that it could be done, but certainly no traffic light. I spoke to the supervisor and the Brighton Farm Market about the cars coming off the expressway, and sometimes they're backed up all the way dangerously still on the expressway, and I just can't see how this is going to happen. And I counted up, I have traveled in 16 years, 4,290 days I've traveled to work. And of those 4,290 days, I would say 10 of them, I had ease of travel. And it's really gotten worse with the new lights. And as I said, I just don't think one more light's going to solve the problem. And the size of this project is just way too big. And the people in my salon, I have to say, that come in, our clients are concerned, not so much that they oppose what's going to happen and that there's, you know, new development. They are worried about the traffic. And it sort of makes me think, maybe I want to retire. So I don't know. But I hope you really look at this hard and what impact it's going to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, can I have three more people that would like to speak? Yes, Ramy back there. Yes, sir, here in front. And whoever that is in the middle, yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Ramy Fenster. Live at Ramy, R-E-M-Y, Fenster. Live at 59 Roland Parkway. Like everyone else, I'm concerned about traffic. Everybody, all the studies that were done are all talking about current traffic. None of those really talked about projected traffic. Really worried about commercial traffic. Putting in a Whole Foods means there's going to be a lot more tractor trailers coming down that road. The road is already, that section is already short enough. So now you're going to put a couple tractor trailers in. It's going to shorten it down, shorten that available space for passenger traffic even more. I'm also worried about passenger traffic. People get creative. Nobody's going to want to make a left-hand turn. So now they're going to go to the right, or they're going to take the traffic light off the expressway, make a left, make a right, go through the neighborhood so that they can make a right into the Whole Foods parking lot. Again, now you're impacting the neighborhood association, all the neighbors, and that's going to affect home values. And home values, I mean, the whole point of living in Brighton is the home value. The value of living here and the value of your property. Nobody wants to live behind a commercial development. So it's going to reduce property values. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Sam Trapani, and I live at 1253 Clover Street for the past 20 years. Just a real brief observation. I find it ironic that the traffic problems that we are seeing on Monroe Avenue are primarily, I think, due to the development in Pittsford, right? Pittsford Plaza and across the street, Wegmans, et cetera, et cetera. I was thinking about this, and I was recalling about 30 years ago, one of the Wilmot properties, Eastview Mall, wanted to locate in Monroe County. And Monroe County and the towns would not allow them to locate there, so they located in the adjacent county. This is kind of like what I see happening here, because Whole Foods is going to be there one way or another. You can bet on that. It's a big national company. They've got the dollars. And for them to locate in Pittsford, right a half mile down the road, if they can't get into this spot, it's going to happen. And the town of Brighton, my town, is not going to have the tax revenue, but it's going to have all the headaches that people think are going to come with it. I think we should strongly consider that. Thank you.
And we had one more person here. Yes, sir. We do have some seats. I see a lot of people standing back in the back. We do have a number of seats available over here on both sides, so come on up, be comfortable.
Thank you. My name is Bob Shea. I live at 166 Landing Road North. So I don't live in the neighborhood, but I've lived in Brighton for over 23 years. I don't have, thanks to a lot of previous speakers, a lot to add, other than to remind our engineer friend from Victor that facts are what you make of them. And as Ronald Reagan once said, facts are funny things. What I've heard tonight is a need for more information and facts because of this consideration. And also because I think while development should and will take place, there must be some intention there, because I was curious when I first saw the sign go up and then that Mario's closed. To my understanding, having visited and eaten there and stuff, a successful restaurant. Why would that close before a project was going forward? And I'm still curious. Anyway, my point is this. Although I don't live in the neighborhood, I shop. I have had clients in the neighborhood, and the traffic has been well documented as a problem that will only grow, and we know it will. My final point would be there, as a bike rider, a cyclist who has been riding from where I live out to the canal, out Clover Street, and further, the current state of traffic, in spite of the good efforts of the town of Brighton, and better than most, to have bike lanes and access, et cetera, the traffic already on Clover, coming from Elmwood, et cetera, is significant. And I can only believe that particularly in the Allens Creek and Clover Street as it moves between Allens Creek and Monroe, it's going to get even more dense, as people have pointed out. I have had friends who have sold their home and moved out in anticipation of this project going through because they live on Clover Street. And I can't help but believe that unless you put in the negative easement, unless you make sure that traffic is not routed, and you realistically, how can you do that? I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but there's plenty around. You're going to, at some point, face the fact of falling property values in an area that's quite nice, especially to those of us who don't live there, and other impacts on the quality of life. The project's too big, scale it down, make it fit with what's there, and maybe it'll actually be all the things that the developers claim it will be. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was our three from that group. Let me have the woman there in the back. You right here, and you, sir, here in the front row.
Hi, I'm Paula Brown, and I live at 40 Coral Way. And I just wanted to make a couple of statements about the traffic study. We've talked a lot about traffic. We've talked about the traffic on Monroe. The last man mentioned Clover. However, I really want to encourage you to do a significant study about effect on Clover, because the traffic, I have to access Clover from Warren. I shut my eyes every morning when I have to pull onto Clover from Warren because it is so difficult to do that. I think we need to look at two things. The one traffic study that they talked about had a date of 2011. So I think it's noted that since 2011, there has been the change on Monroe of access to 590. Somebody mentioned that we took out the right-hand lane. It's a fact that when we had that right-hand lane access from the highway, that there was far less gridlock on there, and there was a problem about the courtesy left turns and having some accidents, so the change was made to do that. That has significantly impacted the traffic on on Monroe because of that, so that now often it takes me 20 minutes to get from Westfall to Clover, and the person who said something about the traffic doesn't come there often. That happens to me always on Saturdays. Saturdays it's impossible to travel there, and it happens other times during the day. The only time that you can travel really quickly is early in the morning or at real like non-peak time. So. Anyway, I think that any study needs to be done since those changes were made for accessing 590 from on Monroe. I think also that we have not looked at the effect of the Daniele's car wash, and that was a big issue. And I don't know that you've looked to see what happens on Clover because of the car wash, where you have all these cars coming out and make U-turns, or else they make a turn into the plaza where Mann's is and come back around, and either they go through Mann's or else, and because I sit there and watch them, or else they come around and they make a U-turn. So I think that you need to do a study of what's happening on Clover since the car wash has been there, that needs to be included in there. I think you have not looked at what's happening from Clover, making a left-hand turn from Clover onto Monroe since these changes. And everybody should go and see what happens in the morning. When you make a turn from Clover, left-hand, like people coming from Pittsford, so coming that way on Clover, having to make a left-hand turn and then get onto the highway and go right, it's very, very difficult. And you're talking about that stretch of land on Monroe, exactly where people already are having a hard time turning left from Monroe, getting into the right-hand lane, getting onto the highway. Now you're talking about increasing traffic there. So again, the problem, somebody had mentioned something about, it's the density or it's just the area. It's critical which part of Monroe we're talking about. That particular area, it's not just traffic, it's the access that is on there and how difficult it is to manipulate traffic. You have people that, because you can't make a left-hand turn, you have everyone turning, a lot of people turning through the pet store. Not the pet store, the vet there. They turn in the vet because they can get to Clover. If you turn in the vet, then you can get to Clover, and then you can make a left-hand turn. So a lot of things that are happening because it's so difficult to manipulate that particular area of Monroe. So I'm sitting there thinking, what would happen? I mean, somebody has mentioned that you're going down like the slope and you all of a sudden make the change, and once you've done it, you can't go back. So what might happen? Or if there is too much traffic, are we going to take out access to 590? Like saying, oh my goodness, there's too much traffic here, there's all this problem getting on to 590. We will now eliminate the access road to 590 because there's too much traffic here. Are you going to take the 590 exit that comes onto Monroe? right now, you can't make a left-hand turn coming from one direction, left going towards Pittsford Plaza coming down Monroe, you can't turn left onto Clover. Are we going to change it that we can't turn left the other way because there's too much traffic? So what is going to already happen to things that are already very difficult in that area? So my main point here is if we're going to do a traffic study, and clearly it's evident that we need to do one that's current, that takes the thing, don't just look at Monroe, and don't just look at Monroe Avenue, and look at the things. You also need to include what's happening on Clover, from both directions, turning left onto Clover and everything, and include Warren Avenue, because Warren is a street that everybody uses in order to access, because if you're in that neighborhood and you have to take 590 north, that's how you have to go. You have to go down Warren to Clover, and a left on Clover, and then a left onto Monroe. That's the only way to get to 590 if you're in that neighborhood, unless you go all the way through and start weaving through the neighborhoods that takes you up to Elmwood, and then you can get off and you can get on in Elmwood. Those are the only two ways to get onto 590 from that area. So I'm sitting there thinking, we have more traffic, we need a left-hand light at Warren. And then I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what would happen if you had a light at Warren? Can you imagine how that would back up? Yet, how are we all getting out, onto the area? And I had like one other point I wanted to make.
Let me just, while you're looking there, I do just want to quickly address and to clarify, because you're probably not the only one with this question. There is a traffic study that has been performed by the developer's traffic engineer, who is here. It was a traffic study that was done last year, so it is more current than 2011 data. And our direction to the developer was to cast a very wide net. And accordingly, yes, the Warren and Clover intersection is one of the intersections that is specifically studied in that survey. That stretch of Clover Street, really from there all the way through to Allen's Creek. So the study, just because a lot of people may have this question or concern, there is a 2015 traffic study that's been the subject of some discussion here today as to whether there are issues with it, but it is that recent, and it does include quite a broad area beyond just Monroe Avenue, including Clover Street, including Clover and Warren.
And we'll look at it, what will happen, because I don't know how you can have more people, trying to turn left, all those people having to turn left if you have then an additional traffic light there.
Understand.
Because it's going to be coming back up. So my other little point, and I just wanted to make, was about Starbucks, because they said that they were going to be moving the Starbucks and said that it wouldn't be increasing density because one Starbucks was going to the other Starbucks. However, the new Starbucks that they're talking about is going to have a drive-through. I can say I'm a very frequent user of Starbucks, and at that particular one in Clover, and all of us at Starbucks were squatters. We just go there and we sit for a really long time, and I watch, and that's what everybody does. So you can't compare the current Starbucks at Clover, where we sit and take our computers and work for a really long time, and with a Starbucks that now is going to have a drive-through. So in doing that, I just want to make sure that then it's apples and oranges. It is not the same Starbucks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had someone else, yes.
I'd just like to thank the board and Mr. Supervisor for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carol Alessi. I reside on Creston Court in the town of Greece, but I have worked in the town of Brighton since 1993, and I travel Monroe Avenue every single day. I've seen many improvements over the years, particularly between 590 and Clover Street, such as the landmark Mario's restaurant building replacing an abandoned gas station, the Royal Car Wash replacing an abandoned gas station, both of which were Daniele projects, and new hotels rising where troubled, struggling operations once were. Some of these projects were embraced by the community, and some were met with opposition. but I believe that all have led to a more vibrant, prosperous corridor. And I believe that the Whole Foods development will be a positive addition to this community in many ways. Jobs will be created during construction and upon completion. Property taxes on the location will increase significantly, and those additional funds will help support the Brighton schools and public safety. The developer will improve over 1,500 feet of the Auburn Trail system, increasing pedestrian and bicycle access, creating a biking and pedestrian dining destination for the community. The developer has also incorporated 2 acres of green space into their plans. The Daniele family have proven to be responsible developers with a reputation for quality developments like Mario's, Royal Car Wash, Basil Restaurant, and South Point Marina. During this process, when neighbors expressed concern about proposed access to Allen's Creek and Clover Street, the developer... Hang on a second, I just had to change the paper. Okay.
And actually, I was planning on taking a break or asking if you needed a break to our great stenographer tonight. You even do that fast.
All set? Terrific. When neighbors expressed concern about proposed access to Allen's Creek and Clover Street, the developer responded by promising to eliminate such access. When neighbors expressed concern over traffic implications, even though studies indicate that traffic will not be significantly impacted, the developer responded by incorporating measures into the plans to improve driver and pedestrian safety by eliminating curb cuts, adding a pedestrian crosswalk signal, improving cross access and shared parking throughout most of this segment of the corridor. Additionally, the developer responded by eliminating a viable future tenant so that there would be less impact from a traffic standpoint. Traffic is busy on Monroe during rush hour, but that's the definition of rush hour. The extensive traffic study by the developer shows that Monroe Avenue will continue to function as it does today. This conclusion was concurred with by an independent traffic consultant hired by the town of Brighton and the New York State DOT. The town of Brighton has the opportunity to welcome a renowned national grocery store that brings with it exciting retail options that this area has not previously had access to, an opportunity to revitalize an aging gateway to the community, create jobs, and bring economic vitality. Let's not let this opportunity pass by.
I need to take the opportunity, and I've seen that statement elsewhere. I want to make it clear that the town of Brighton and its engineer have not made such a determination. I'm not going to tell you know. Our engineer is here. He's engaged in a study. He will be engaged in they are engaged in an ongoing review. But for the record, I need it to be clear that Stantec has not reached a conclusion that traffic will not change based on this project. Now, I had one more person who was scheduled. Yes, were you the one on this side? Yes, sir. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was you. Yes, sir. We'll get you next.
My name is Frank Casaselli. I live on Corwin Road, and I've been a resident of Brighton for more than 50 years. I was one of the first people...
Frank, if you could clarify, because I had some question as to, again, whether you are appearing on your own behalf or whether you are here on behalf of a client, because I guess I heard a couple of different iterations.
If you listen to me,
Deal.
You're going to hear it all, Mike. I'm one of the first people that Mario Daniele met when he moved from Detroit to Rochester over 30 years ago. And I'm an attorney, and I became Mario's attorney, and I'm still Mario's general attorney. And so I've been through all the hurdles that Mario's gone through since he's been here. Different regime 20 years ago when he went through the approval process for the restaurant. kind of the same feedback that you got from lawyers opposing it. Some people, not too many in the audience, thinking that it's a good idea. But bottom line, the town made some adjustments, and let it right. That's one of the best things that the town ended up with, was a beautiful restaurant, a tremendous structure, well landscaped all through the 20 years, including the land around it that belongs to the DOT that Mario maintains. Why am I saying that? Because the individual. Okay, Mario, whatever he does does well, in my opinion. Then, a few years back, a dilapidated corner of Clover and Monroe Avenue. Mario buys it. He goes through the process. I was not his attorney for these applications, as you know, and went through everyone had the same thing: accidents, too much traffic, more congestion. Unless I'm missing the point, this is one of the nicest things that corner's ever had. Okay, it's improved the corner by 1,000,000%. Okay, and I don't believe any one of you can say that that's not true. So what's the point? The point, I'm here because Mario and now his sons, they get things done. And as you know very well, all of you, he does them very well. And once he does it, he doesn't drop it. Like that bowling hall there that needed to be improved 30 years ago, and they haven't spent one penny in it, and now it's going to get knocked down, and you're going to have a development there that you're going to be proud of. So I realize everyone here has got some comment, the traffic, they're this and that and everything, but I just hope that this board uses good sense, that in this application, you know the developer, you know what he's done in this town, and consequently, I hope that you give him some credence to his character and his background in this community. And when I can't comment on, obviously, the traffic count and whether it's going to get worse, it's going to get better, or anything, and I don't want to. But I just want to stress that you got a very, very, very good person making this application, and someone that you can depend on, and someone that you can trust in the future.
Thank you, Frank. Frank, if I could just real quick. I received, the email that I received today that came from your office but was signed by Mr. Salafia. There was from Mr. Casaselli's office. I received an email that came from your office but was signed by my nuncio.
I'm unaware of that, sir.
I'll share it with. Thank you. That was really what I was trying to get at in terms of my own. Thank you. No problem. Let me ask our stenographer. Do you need? We've been in the hearing for about 2.5 hours. Do you need a 5-minute break? Just to again, I want to clarify. It is a little past 10 o'clock now. I know there's a lot of people that probably still want to be heard, and as to the extent we can, that's what we're going to do. We will be holding this public hearing open. This both on the incentive zoning itself and on the draft environmental impact statement. We are going to be holding the public hearing open. To clarify, what that will mean is that right now you can submit written comments through July 18th. That time will extend, and we will set an extended date for this public hearing. But it's right now 5 after. I know it's, let's take 5 minutes. I'm going to ask everybody, we're going to get started right at 10 after 10 by that clock. But thanks everybody for hanging in there. themselves. So Jerry, to the extent that that sounded like I was impugning you, my apologies. And I appreciate, and I really do, I appreciate everybody so far being very good with time management tonight. And to that end, let's keep on going. Let me, who would like to, still like to, yes, sir, I did say you. Come on up. Oh, so, no, she's not.
Our observer. Sitting very close.
Thank you, Chris.
Want me to try it?
You're a Renaissance man. It wouldn't surprise me if you could. All right. Well, here's our stenographer. She's coming back. And I'm sorry we're missing a board member here too. So we'll wait one more moment. Before we go back on the record, we have a member of the media back in the back there who's been tweeting, and I hope he's had an opportunity to tweet about how hard our stenographer has been working tonight. Okay, we're all back. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Gary Caruso. I live at 2229 Clover Street. My family, the Caruso family, has lived in Brighton since the 20s. I've lived on Clover Street since the 60s. I've seen a lot of things come and go in the town here, and stuff. The only way I can see you remedying the traffic thing is either stopping people from having kids or stopping issuing driver's licenses. That's the only way, because you're going to have more traffic every year. And to be on the record, I'm not opposed to the development. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. And then next to you.
Hi, my name is Attorney Al Parisi, and I live on Ambassador Drive. What we see a lot here today is we teach competing experts, right? Just like in a trial. You have the paid experts of the developers, and then you have our experts of the town and of the people, representing the people. And I just want to make sure the people aren't lost in this. We know mighty political powers are at force here, right? When you could put a car wash in a place where you pull out and they almost take off the front end of your car, everybody's done that here, right? There shouldn't be a car wash there, we all know that. But the powerful political powers won. What I want you to think about is those homes back there on Allen's Creek and things like that on Ambassador Drive, those are people paying $40,000 and $50,000 a year in taxes, tax dollars who you represent. I want you to keep that in mind, because if you let me live in that Pickwick village, in that Pickwick town, and you show me the back of tractor trailers, and I'm paying $30,000 and $40,000 in taxes, you have a problem. That's what you're asking people to consent to. We didn't elect you for that reason. Yes, they have their high-powered experts, and it's a political football. Believe me, I wouldn't want to sit in your seat. But you have to take the people's interest and concern here. That's what I'm worried about, is being lost, and that's what I don't want to see. The citizens of Brighton do not want this development at that capacity. It's very clear. So if re-election is important, the people on Clover, the people on Pickwick, the people on Ambassador, we're clogged up. Anybody who's driven that road knows the amount of traffic. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. It doesn't take studies. Someone said something about facts. Everybody knows when you do a trial, your experts say one thing because they're paid to say that. Their experts say another. So in terms of what the facts are, it's very interesting. We saw a lot of political things going on here today. We saw ringers. If you've ever played basketball, we saw ringers, people from other towns who don't travel the road, who want to have an opinion. Those are called ringers. We bring them all the time to a basketball game. You, as being this tall, you were often brought probably to basketball games as a ringer, right? So that's what we need. We can't listen to the ringers. We can't listen to the consultants. We have to listen to the people of Brighton. Anyone who's traveled that road, this capacity is absolutely, would make it so much worse, and the density. And I'm just saying, don't lose the fact that you represent the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ben Wersinger, 104 Shoreham Drive. That's going to be a tough act to follow. I'll keep this brief because I had a bunch of statements that I think and a lot of people have already covered tonight. I want to thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk. You all have seen me here. I've been up here probably longer than anybody else for the last year and a half, with the exception of the Daniellis. When we stood here about a year and a half ago, it was clear that we weren't happy. We essentially asked for two things. One, remove the access road. Two, right-size and scale the project so it fits. Well, I was happy to see the developer remove the secondary access in the preferred plan. We have absolutely no guarantee that it's off the table for good. And that's a fundamental issue for us. And you don't have to just take my word for it. If you look at the DEIS, 10 of the 11 alternate plans they spelled out had some form of secondary access. Mr. Danielli's comment in the paper, even before the wrong comment in the paper, was that he felt that this would be a better development with those rear access roads in there. So it's clear to me that that's what they want in there, whether or not that they're stating it outright or now they're just sort of appeasing us. They plan on putting it there at some point. When we approached the developer, as Mr. Bergdorf mentioned, to ask for a negative easement that would guarantee that access road not be there, they denied us. And the key on this is that the story has always shifted. First they said the RG&E needed that road in there, and then they said the DOT made them do it. Both of these were not true after we did some digging and investigation. And the most recent excuse is now the town has asked them not to offer that to us, which I don't know is true or false, but the reason I bring that up is that this is a history of distrust. So I don't know the character of this family. I have never interacted with them. All I know is the facts of this case, the facts of the last year and a half when we were asking for information and we were not being told the truth. And that pervades itself all the way through the DEIS and when it comes down to the traffic. So the bottom line is that we can't trust the developer. So if this is going to proceed through incentive zoning, we need to guarantee that access is off the table in any plan moving forward. It needs to be a fundamental point of every build out moving forward. Our second big point was that it was scale and it was simply too large, and you've heard a lot about that. But the bigger problem I had was that when you look at all their alternatives, there was no serious consideration. All of their plans had a similar traffic generation number. It's kind of like if you were going to a store and you wanted to buy a shirt, but the only thing on the rack was a double XL and a triple extra large shirt. Now, I couldn't get a shirt that would fit. They just happen to the shirts that are on the shelf are just way too big. So it doesn't really help you make a good choice. Your decision as a town board is already tough enough, and now you're being asked to choose through, to sift through a large document, and instead of offering plans that were maybe a small, a medium, and a large, they've just given you something that's an extra large. So it's not really fair to you, and it's not fair to us. A couple things on traffic, and again, I'll try to stay to the facts that we know. I'm not an expert on traffic, but I know that the DOT has issues with the accuracy of the information provided, the extent to which I can't be positive what that is. But we know that the DOT said that current traffic on Monroe and Clover exceeds capacity now, and there's nothing there now. So Mario's is closed, Clover Lanes is closed. And DOT also said that the developer underestimated backup issues by as much as 50%. So if their baseline numbers are 50% off, who knows how widely off their future generation numbers are. Furthermore, even their acknowledged issues, if you read through that DEIS, are significant. They said Clover towpath intersection degrades from a B to an F during peak hours. Clover Warren degrades from a B to an F. Monroe Clover goes from an E to an F. And if you take a left turn, D to an E if you're trying to go right. So the acknowledged issues in the DEIS are significant, even though we believe that information is flawed. But the one that surprised me most was actually if you read about the light that they're proposing. So at this light, the DOT said they can't take a left turn in or a left turn. There will not be a left turn light eastbound or westbound at the new light, which means no one coming from the center of Brighton can actually take a left into the Whole Foods Plaza at the new light unless they wait for traffic to stop and zoom across 3 lanes of traffic. On the flip side, if I'm going from Pittsford into Brighton on Monroe Avenue. I can't take a left into all the parking lots on the south side that they're going to tie in together with an arrow. So I have to wait for traffic and again zoom across 3 lanes. And that at its core, it gets at the issues, the safety issues on Monroe. A lot of the accidents that you see on there are because people are trying to zoom across those lanes of traffic. So as you can imagine, the concern is that if the traffic down on Monroe is a mess, which we all know it's going to be, I bet you we're going to see a good 20% of people bypass Monroe Avenue. And even if there isn't secondary access behind this property like the developer has committed to doing, quote unquote committed to doing, we're still going to see runoff and fallout from this in all of our neighborhoods. And you're talking about Allen's Creek, and you're talking about Clover, and these are residential streets. If I read in the DEIS, when they're doing the traffic study and the density study, they talk about the excess capacity on these roads. And it makes me want to scream because there is excess capacity on these roads, but that's because they are residential roads. That's where we live. Even one more car down that road is an increase in the amount of traffic in residential areas, which is not safe and it's not something that we want. A couple things. I don't know if Mr. Morelli is still here, but if we want this pursuit of truth, I would love to have some type of public hearing with the DOT so we can all get actual information, whether it's a combination of our studies, the developer studies, and the DOT. I think there needs to be some type of conversation around that. So at least we have some form of truth. Maybe it's not going to be 100%, but something that we can all live with. So just, my takeaway on this is I think that we know the issues are going to be huge, so it leaves me seriously questioning this idea of whether we should even proceed forward with incentive zoning or not. Mr. Gillette's comment about starting small and growing to something big was actually a very interesting one, right? I think it's sort of this in between that maybe we could move forward. I mean, all along we've been really reasonable about how we've been pursuing this, and we're open to ideas. We just think that what exists right now is too big. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worzinger. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Fred Baruto. I live 34 Sunset Boulevard, Pittsford. Been there 28 years. I drive 45,000 miles a year, many of them on Monroe Avenue. The real problem here is Monroe Avenue stinks. There's no way to fix it the way it is now. So it doesn't matter whether Mr. Daniele puts anything in there or not, you've got a problem. Curb cuts could happen, takes them out, put single access in and out. I go to Florida 8 times a year. If you go to Florida, you understand that they drive very slowly on crowded roads. They synchronize their lights so that the traffic can move. You can have a birthday waiting for a red light, but when it turns, you get 3 or 4 minutes to go through, not 27 seconds. So the guy ahead of you is nodding off, you make the light anyway. The tractor trailer issue isn't going to change whether or not it's a 50,000 square foot store or a 25,000 square foot store, because Dunkin' Donuts gets tractor trailers. 25,000 square foot stores get tractor trailers. So if there's anything there, you're going to get some of that. I would suggest that you look more at redeveloping Monroe Avenue to cut out some of the curb cuts, put the lanes in like they do in Florida. You come in one area, you go left or right, there's 6 or 8 stores each way, and you go out where there's a traffic signal guiding everybody. Synchronize the lights, make them so that you can get traffic moving, not 30 seconds, not 60 seconds, maybe 2 minutes, maybe 2.5 minutes, but traffic will move all the way up and down. And then adjust it for the day, for the times of day when traffic is moving one way, not the other. That would be my suggestions. Hopefully you like it.
Thank you.
Okay. My name's Chris Hildebrandt. I live at 65 Towpath Lane. I think fair to say that the vibe of my neighborhood's one block off the intersection of Clover and Monroe, so we're right there in the mess of left-hand turns. The vibe of my neighborhood, I think there's some general excitement about having a Whole Foods. I don't share that excitement, and I don't really want to be part of the grocery capital of the world. But to be fair, there's interest in having a Whole Foods, but I think there's a lot of concern about the traffic. So my story about the traffic, I started a wheelchair rugby team a couple years ago. I say that whenever I have a chance. And I'm not a young guy, so I'm trying to be in shape to keep up with much younger guys. So I take my rugby chair out and I wheel around the neighborhood and I go up that slant of hill at Monroe towards 590, go past it, hit Edgewood, go out to the canal. Then I come back. So that stretch of Monroe between Clover and 590 basically on the way up the hill is hell. On the way back down the hill, I feel very boss because I beat the cars down the hill. I'm not all that fast. It's actually not reflective of my speed. It is reflective of the traffic problems that we already have there and just seeing how much worse it would get with having another store and another light and more traffic and more traffic. So I can't see it moving forward effectively. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Yes, sir, up behind on the wall there.
I'd like to have Chris as a ringer on my team. That'd be good. Your Honor, Supervisor, members of the Town Board, Chief Henderson, everybody from the community, my name's Pete Kennedy. I live on Hillside Avenue off of Highland Avenue. About 5 minutes from here. I'm also 5 minutes off Clover from the site. So just a couple of things I want to say. I'm not a lawyer. My uncle was a judge. My brother's a lawyer, so I know how they can go on. I'll be very brief. A couple of things. I think the DOT created a lot of the issues on Monroe Avenue when they shrunk the lanes down a few years ago. Just in the 28 years I go up and down Monroe Avenue 4 or 5 times a week. I've noticed that became a big problem when they shrunk the lanes down. Number two, when you talk about taxes for this community, I think the Daniele family have done their share and more through their developments. I know that you can think about Mario's Restaurant, you can think about Royal Car Wash. If you remember, there was a dilapidated old gas station at that corner, and that car wash has really come a long way for that corner. Of course, everybody knows about Mario's, and I think you can trust the Daniele family as developers. Everything they've done, they've always followed through on with their word, with quality, and I think this town owes a great deal of respect and gratitude to the Danieles. I'm not a ringer. I come here as just somebody who keeps an eye on the situation, and I appreciate what the Danieles have done. I think they'll follow through on what they develop. And also, I would be afraid, because I commend them on their patience, I'd be afraid if they sold that property and you start all over again, and who knows what developer comes in and what goes on behind that. Because you can count on quality with the Daniele family, and I think you can just let them continue to develop this community because they put a lot of taxes into this town, hired hundreds of people, and I think they want to continue to develop a great area. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Pete.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Elder and I live on 94 Shoreham Drive. I'd like to discuss Clover Lane's redevelopment a little bit from the point of view of my family. My family moved to Brighton 5 years ago from the city for an improved environment for my school-aged children. To date, we've been very happy with the move. Brighton is a fantastic town to raise children in and is a community that is committed to putting children first. However, one drawback of our Shoreham Drive location is that my middle school child has to cross both Clover and Allens Creek if she wishes to walk to or from school. We've had a lot of conversation tonight about cars, but there's also people walking across these busy roads. And both these roads have cars that drive quickly, and many of the drivers seem to be lacking patience at traffic lights. When I read about any plan that could generate more traffic on either Clover or Allens Creek, I feel I must strongly protest. I would ask the town not to approve any additional access points to the proposed plaza to either Clover or Allens Creek. And furthermore, like other speakers, I would like to see something put in place so that those future access points could be closed permanently. So there's also been some talk about the traffic engineers getting all these different numbers. I mean, can we put the traffic engineers in a room somewhere and tell them to like agree on what the numbers actually are? Because I'm not a traffic engineer, and I feel like non-professionals are being called on to make comments on things that they don't really understand, and we don't really know what they are. So over the past 9 months, I've also observed during my commute that traffic patterns have changed significantly on Monroe Ave. I drive past the Allens Creek and Monroe Avenue intersection every day during the evening rush hour, and there is significant backup on Monroe Ave for cars heading towards Pittsford Plaza. And it backs up further than just Allens Creek. It's starting to back up in the direction of 12 Corners. And there's also significant backup along Westfall for cars heading east towards Monroe Ave. And these long lines often cause drivers to try and squeeze through an intersection just as the light has turned red, and that's not a safe situation for anyone. Several other people have alluded to the degradation in overall traffic patterns due to additional lights. I mean, in my mind, we need to throw out the current plan and someone needs to do some really creative thinking, like move roads, recreate the whole intersection, I don't know, but just throwing in another light isn't going to solve anything. I also had a look at the DEIS report, and it doesn't seem to conclude traffic studies for smaller square footage options that don't have additional secondary access. I mean, why aren't these options on the table for people to review? I'm sure as a board you take your review obligations seriously. I mean, is it possible we could get these additional case studies generated so that we could review them? In summary, for my family's safety and the livability of the adjacent residential communities, I would encourage the board to continue its path of carefully balancing the positives of redevelopment and the type of that redevelopment with the livability of the surrounding communities. I appreciate the opportunity to voice my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, just to remind you, yeah, I was going to say, if you'd like to submit that, that's great. No worries. There was someone back over here in this corner that, yes, sir. I can't see who you are, but I saw the hand. Usually I have no trouble seeing in a crowd, but sitting down, it's the great equalizer.
My name is Jim Freemesser. I live at 5 Pine Creek Lane in Greece. So I am what you would call a ringer. I've sat here tonight and I've watched and listened all kinds of views, basically resolving around traffic. And the one thing that I think everybody should realize is that Daniele's being developers had nothing to do with the situation that the traffic is in today. They're a victim of circumstance just like everybody else here. They've got a piece of property they'd like to develop, as you have a home that you'd like to be able to use. They have a fair shot at getting that property developed the best way they can. Now, going one step further, I can say that I was a developer, not to their extent, but I did some developing in my day, and that there are very few people that I knew or know in the developing business that has the expertise and the, we'll call it moral courage, if you will, that the Daniele's do. They're very, very nice people, and they have character. If anybody's going to go in there and do a good job that will not only represent themselves, but the town and the values of the town, the Daniele's are the people that do it. I say that as an outsider completely, but I've known of their projects. I've watched their projects go in, and I've watched them maintain their projects, and they do an excellent job. So whatever they do, it's going to be maintained, and it's not going to turn out to be an embarrassment. But I would ask that people start to realize that we're all in this thing together. The boat called Brighton is one boat. And whether the Daniele's are here because they like to develop the land, they didn't cause the problem. It's not on their hands. They have to live with it just like the people of Brighton have to live with it. And for that reason, I asked them to step back, take a deep breath. I know you do a great job, and working through the development stages of projects. And that should be the guiding light, not the idea that the people are being taken or being taken advantage of, or that the developers have all the political clout. That's a lot of nonsense. So that's about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Matthew Hanna. I live in Pittsford off of Toby. We built a house there about 28 years ago. And I drive that corridor to get home every day. I get off at the expressway, come down Clover Street. My other choices, get off Winton, go French Road, that's even worse, or to go across and take the expressway out to Henrietta and Jefferson and then go out that way. That's even slower. The other options are even slower, even given today's traffic pattern at Clover. We would like another way to get home and to get around that as well. If you can figure out a way of getting us through over on the old Gossenhauser farm somehow a little quicker, that would be nice too. But that said, I know a lot of people might have a lot of gut reaction that this is going to be a problem. When I built my house in Pittsford, they built the neighborhood. They didn't disclose that there was going to be a walking path. Oh, everybody in the neighborhood, when they found out, what a terrible thing this is going to be, because a lot of us were from Brighton and we didn't have walking paths through our backyards in Brighton. Well, it turned out not to be such a bad thing. Gut reaction and expectations are not what happens. If the traffic builds up more at that corner at Clover and Monroe, then my other choices of going down the other options are better. So there's natural relief. People who live out in Pittsford and Mendon, they're just like the people in Brighton. They're going to avoid traffic at any cost, if they can. The options are not the best to go through other neighborhoods, never done it, but then neighborhoods have other options for that too, especially in areas where little speed bumps can be put in when they don't want that kind of traffic. But all in all, the Daniellis have been great for the community. Their projects have all been a plus, not only in Brighton, but in Greece and in Henrietta. And I look forward to seeing some good project that they do come through in that corner. It'd be good for me, it's good for the tax base. My two brothers still live in Brighton, my mom still lives in Brighton, and business is good for the community. There is not a lot of economic development going on in New York, and development projects like this are a bright spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Judy Van Houten. I live at 205 Shoreham Drive. I've lived for 50 years. I moved back here from DC to take my children, have my children go to Brighton schools. I lived on St. Regis North for 10 years. And at that point in time, when I was concerned about traffic on my street being with cars on both sides, so the fire truck couldn't get down, I fought for that until we got that resolved. We had overflow traffic. I've been going to these meetings for 50 years, trying to protect my family's place in the neighborhood. And we were promised 50 years ago, we were going to have this wonderful corridor that was going to come down Monroe Avenue, and was going to be tree-lined, and it was going to be awesome. And little by little, whatever that started out as, it has turned into something incredibly different. And I am not an expert, but I am a resident who has lived where I've lived for 40 years. We peacefully coexisted with the development as it exists now in the size that it is. There were sufficient tree buffers up there so that when we came home, we were always happy to come down the street and leave the street. Now I'm seeing trees with orange bands around them, and I'm thinking, does that mean all these trees are going? I haven't read that part, so I don't know if that's what that means. And I'm seeing these big buildings on this thing, so I don't know if that means big lights to go with the big buildings so that we don't have any protection from Monroe Avenue. I am finding, having come out of that street for 40 years, that now what's happening is there are certain things that are happening. On Allen's Creek, if you're going during rush hour, what's happening now is because there is no turn signal, if the first person in line needs to turn left, they wait until everybody else is finished, and then as soon as the light turns red, the car in the front of the line rushes through before they start coming from the other direction. That is one very dangerous situation. The other day, I have now started counting cars when I come out of my street. I used to be able to pull out of my street, used to be able to go left and right, not worry about it. Now there are at least 6 cars before I even think about turning. So that in the last 40 years, and especially in the last 5 years, for whatever reason, is turning into something bigger than it used to be. I have noticed, I tried turning left the other day, and what happened was somebody did not pull over far enough in front of the different point of view. So what happened was that the traffic going left couldn't finish going left. The cars blocked the intersection going across down Monroe Avenue across Clover. So you had all these cars with nowhere to go, and the left-hand lane car couldn't get over because everybody blocks everybody. Nobody lets anybody in. So it can be faster that way. So then also you find cars when they get backed up on Monroe Avenue. Oh, I know. Everybody knows everybody cuts through the bank. So now they're cutting through the bank. They're cutting through the vets. They're stuck on Allen's Creek getting through that light. They can't get through on the left-hand side. So I don't know what the solution is, but we have coexist with the size of the place as it is. No bright lights, no worry about exit, that sort of thing. So I'm just saying, as someone who has lived there for 40 years, I'm not a study, I'm not an expert, but I know what it's like for me to leave my street and go left or right, and I do realize every time there's excess, there's a problem over in Monroe, and even in the newspaper they say, well, take Allen's Creek to Clover and do it that way. So we are supposed to be evidently the overflow, but the overflow, it sounds like it's going, there is no place for traffic to go. So if they make a mistake, if you make a mistake, there is no conceivable place for traffic to go. If they're stuck getting through the intersection on Monroe and Clover, if they're stuck on Allen's Creek, I saw some people cutting through Whitestone the other day because they didn't want to wait for the construction. So they're driving through Whitestone now, trying to find a quicker way out to Monroe Avenue because of that light. So I would like these things considered, that the study doesn't show you these things, I don't think, but because I'm on the ground and I see them every day, I think there are things like the accidents at Warren. They should take a tally of how many accidents there are up there, people turning around, etc. So when you're taking this study, I think the personal things that are affecting us that never used to affect us before should be taken into account, because I really love my street. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Ari Chodas. I live at 44 Shoreham Drive, which is, I'm not much of a golfer, but it's probably, a short wedge to the Clover Lanes development. So my family and I moved here from New Jersey. I don't know much about traffic, but in New Jersey we got a whole lot of it, and it's miserable. One of the reasons we moved here was the quality of life. What we saw in Brighton was something different than some of those surrounding towns here. And despite, I respect the Daniele's position here, and I think that they obviously are experienced developers and likely will put in a nice project. But the effect on our community, specifically where I live, is going to be significant, no matter what the size of the project. Cars will be coming down that road, and they will try to cut through from Clover to Allen's Creek or Allen's Creek to Clover. It's an inevitability. So I think this is something that obviously has been said 100 times tonight, needs to be addressed now and not in the future. We love Brighton, we love living here, and I wouldn't want to see that changed, and I wouldn't want to have to move because of that. One of the people said, and just to knock on Whole Foods a little bit, one of the people was talking about that Whole Foods is a sign of, having a Whole Foods here is a sign of progress in our town or progress in Rochester. And if that's what we consider progress here, I think we've totally lost the plan. That's not a sign of progress. The competitiveness of our schools, the excellence of our children, that's what we should be focusing on, how safe our community is. Not that we have a big box store that sells, a nice quinoa or something like that. That's what I got.
There's someone there in the back of the room. Yes, sir.
My name is Benjamin Fauble. I've lived in Brighton on and off for almost 30 years now. And 3 years ago, when I had to convince my wife to move back to Brighton, the quality of life and the balance of life was really what I looked to. And she had been around Rochester, and she'd seen a lot of Rochester, and unfortunately a lot of what she'd seen was some of the less balanced parts of Rochester. And I really do believe the Danielles have the capacity to do an excellent job putting something in this development. I would hope that you, as the committee, find the balance between what is right for the Danielles and also what is right for the neighborhood. Where what is proposed is certainly right for the developer, it sounds to me as a resident, as a commuter, as a pedestrian in the area, something smaller might be more to the benefit of everyone, especially in the long term. If traffic conditions deteriorate, it's not only going to hurt us as residents, it will start to hurt the businesses. People don't like to shop at businesses where traffic is a problem. But that being said, I am happy to be back here, and I wish you guys all the luck in making a decision.
Thank you. Welcome home. Is there anyone? Yes.
Sorry, I know everyone's tired and you probably just want to go home, so I'll try to make this quick. My name is Emily Knight. I am not a resident of Brighton, but I have worked in Brighton for the past 4 years, and I travel on Monroe Avenue several times a day. So I'm very familiar with the situations that everyone is speaking about. And I personally have no issue with the project. I've listened to both sides, and I understand where the others are coming from. But I do support it, and if you don't mind, I'd just like to run through a list of some of my reasons. Many of the people who are against the project seem to have taken that stance primarily because of their concerns over traffic. But I think that it's important to point out that adding a new light, as proposed by the developer, is something that has been desperately needed in this area for a long time because of all the traffic issues that everyone has stated. And it sounds like traffic control is what is needed and what a light would help do. So in reality, adding a light would help improve what is currently a very hazardous section of Monroe Avenue, which many have mentioned, and make it safer for both motorists and pedestrians. And as just about everyone here knows and has mentioned earlier, without a light, making a left-hand turn anywhere on this stretch of Monroe Avenue is quite dangerous. And I do understand that many people are concerned with the inconvenience that a slight delay from a new light might cause them, but I think that we can all agree that everyone's safety is a lot more important than a 45-second delay in your commute or 60-second delay. So if those people are really concerned about traffic, then it sounds like they should be in support of the project. Not to mention, it will seriously update and improve the overall look of the area. And another important fact to point out is that it's already a commercial area, and a rather outdated one at that, and it has been for several decades. That fact is not new. They're not asking to change, a housing development into a commercial area. It's been a commercial area. The people who have purchased the homes here knew that that was a commercial area. That's not changing. So why not make the most of it, revitalize it, make it a point of pride for Brighton. And the redevelopment of this existing commercial property will increase the property taxes paid from those parcels from about $190,000 per year to over $400,000 per year. Money that primarily funds our schools and public safety, as the gentleman before mentioned was so important, our schools. And I also wanted to point out, a woman earlier was asking about the impermeable surfaces, and that was mentioned in 3.2 of the DEIS, page 129, if she wanted to look that up. The Daniele family will also improve over 1,500 feet of the Auburn Trail system and increases pedestrian and bicycle access for the community. And it's an aspect of the project that shouldn't be overlooked. A lot of people are downplaying the amenities that are being mentioned here. But as many of you know, that pathway was intended for residents to enjoy biking, walking, running. And as it stands right now, it is very dilapidated, full of potholes and not really very usable. So this project would make it more functional and usable for residents in the community to enjoy with their families. Let's see here. Sorry about that, lost my place. Additionally, more trees and vegetation are proposed within the parking areas than presently exist in the current developed parcel. And as many mentioned before as well, the Daniele family has a reputation for quality and beautiful developments that have been well received by the community. And it's also worth noting that the Royal Car Wash development, not so many years ago, if we've learned anything from history, everyone had the same concerns, thought it was going to be the end of the world. It was going to completely make that part of Monroe Avenue unusable. But I don't really think anyone's ever noticed a difference. There's never even a line to get out of the car wash. It has not impacted traffic as much as everyone thought it would be. So everyone's worst nightmares were not realized. And I think the same will probably happen in this case. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I, excuse me, I'm sorry. Can I know you indicated you don't live in Brighton, but could you just clarify your address, please?
Do I have to give out my address? Yeah. My dad is the police officer.
No, you do not have to, but we would like to have it for the record of the hearing. If you would rather not, you don't have to.
Okay, I live on Sunset Trail in Fairport.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Janelle Venegas. I live also in Fairport, 2 Misty Meadow Way in Fairport. And I'm a regular commuter in the Monroe Avenue corridor and have been for as long as I can remember, many, many years. I travel Monroe Avenue various times a day. I wanted to come out tonight. I'm in favor of this project, 100% in favor of this project, and I'm very much looking forward to it. I think it's very exciting. I'm looking forward to what the developers have in store for us and something new and inviting and new breath of life into this area on Monroe Avenue. I think that as a community, we should all feel very fortunate that the Daniele family is the developer here in front of us and pursuing this project. I feel also that we should be very fortunate that Whole Foods has chosen this location as a site that they want to be at. I think their presence to this project and this project in general is a very tremendous benefit to the town and the county and the entire Rochester region. I feel that development is very healthy. I think that this is a sign of good things to come. And I believe that the Daniele family is just a solid group. I believe in them, and I believe in what they're going to accomplish here on this site, and I think that everybody is going to be able to drive by and look over and feel very proud as residents and just as Rochesterians in general when they see what's going to be created here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back. Yeah.
My name is Jim Herman. I live at 37 Mode Lane. Thank you for carrying this so late. There's been a lot of conjecture about what traffic would be. I can tell you what it is now. Since they put in the new lights with the entrance to 590 on Westfall Road, which would be my access to, it is backed up now. Anytime at 5 o'clock, I cannot get on to Westfall to get to Monroe Avenue. Usually it averages about 3 light cycles to get through. Just tonight it was backed up all the way to Edgewood. So the traffic is already, I mean, that's an inherent flaw that the Daniellis have no control over. But right now the traffic is that way. I think my main concern is the scale of the project. The size of the Whole Foods, I think, is going to generate so much traffic additionally that, and concerns similar to those on Shoreham and those streets, where Westfall already is so backed up, it's going to be additionally so. And my concern would be, we have a number of elderly people in the area. They're on my street. They're fairly small homes. Any emergency vehicles simply wouldn't be able to get down to provide emergency services. I have no doubt that the Daniellis will provide a wonderful development. My concern is the scale, and the traffic now, as bad as it is only going to get worse. And that's all.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna call for people who have not yet spoken. Yes, sir. No, I can't. I'm gonna let this gentleman speak.
Good evening. My name is John Joseph. I'm from French Road. I live in the Heatherstone subdivision, Heatherstone Lane. I'd be remiss not to take part of this democratic process, not to extend the evening, but this is a very commendable democratic process you have on display here. And clearly you have heard both sides this evening. There are those who are strongly against it and those who are for it, obviously. And I look at it from the standpoint of value. I came to Rochester myself nearly 30 years ago from Boston, after training in Boston University. I'm a physician at the medical center. And what we struggle with is often recruiting people to the area, and often keeping talent to the area. And I'm energized to see great projects, great businesses as such being proposed. And you look at Wegmans certainly is a great value, and when we have people come to town, we take people to Wegmans. It's certainly exciting to have a new project coming on board. And, talk about the taxes, what have you, the benefits cannot be understated. And clearly there are some visceral, some emotional reactions to all of this. But in the end, look at it from the value being brought to this community. And the more growth is really the better. So that's what I'd like to add this evening in my support for this project as a Brighton resident, as a Brighton taxpayer and a voter from Brighton. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Darren Halp. I live on Whitestone Lane, which is about 1,000 feet from the project. And I'm relatively new to the development here, or the Rochester area. I'm from Nevada. And when I moved to this area, I had one thing in mind, and that's safety. I'm starting a family, and I have done so. I got a 3-year-old, 4-year-old, and an 8-year-old. I'm in a perfect location. My neighborhood's awesome. It really is. It's open space, less fences, just like, you know, me from Nevada, I like open spaces. And the one thing that's key in where I live is it's in a neighborhood where it's halfway in from the corners. So therefore, traffic is not going to really hit. So, which is really nice. Every once in a while, someone's going to pull through and come through and get from point A to point B as a shortcut. We know about the traffic situation. We know no matter what development is going to be put in, there's going to be increased traffic. With my kids, what I've noticed in the short duration is that traffic of someone getting through is key. And so where there's backup traffic, all of us has done this. We see something in the head that's going to back us up a long way. I know I can get this way. I know I can get this way. And a lot of people do know that if they know this area very well. People from Penfield, people from Greece, they don't know that neighborhood that well to make those shortcuts. We do, and some people who know the area pretty well, who work there in that short area, will know it, and they're going to take those ways to get through. Some of the people that have spoke up here, people I sit next to, are within the distance that I live in. They're half that distance, 500 feet. And so they're even more of a risk for their kids. Our community has changed, or I should say our neighborhood has made a huge change from the elder community to now a booming family environment. A lot of kids in the neighborhood. That happens. Those things change. My concern is, as a homeowner, we worry about zoning. Okay, and my thought process, I don't know incentive zoning, I don't know commercial zoning, I don't know all this stuff. I take it upon you guys to do that. But what I hope is that it sticks within a certain zone. And I didn't know that, as a homeowner, that, oh, if I can do earmark this and that and you know, make something better, I can get above that par, or that bar, so to speak. And that's what I don't like. And so therefore, as a homeowner, as a father, as a community member, I think it's important that we think about that we have zoning for a reason. And not just to say that, oh, I can go surpass these zones if I can put in a little path here, or if I can put in a sidewalk or a light, okay? I don't know the traffic, you guys figure it out, but I do agree that the one reason I came up here was the discrepancy in this traffic problem. And so we do need to come together to figure that out. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board during this public hearing? I'm very impressed. You have stuck it out now till 5 minutes past 11. I do want to say that we are going to continue this public hearing and hold it open. We will continue at the next town board meeting, which is July 13th. Again, 7 o'clock. And what that will mean is that the time for written comments will continue until at least, as I've said before, 10 days after the public hearing on the DEIS closes. And I do appreciate everybody taking the time to come out tonight and share your thoughts. You will be able to speak again at the next meeting. I guess I would encourage, obviously, people that have spoken tonight, if you are going to speak again, not to be repetitive. But if you have new ideas, new thoughts, we'd love to have them. And I've heard a lot of talk about people getting together and talking. And our job really is to listen. And I can tell you we've tried to do that. You've seen some folks up towards the front of the room taking notes. Obviously, we have the video record of this. So with that, I am going to adjourn the hearing for now to reopen again on July 13th. And thank you very much for being here tonight. We will now, and thanks again, especially to our stenographer. We'll give her another round of applause. I also do want to thank our sign language interpreter who was also here and worked hard tonight. We're going to continue on with the meeting. I'm being asked if there are, aerial views, and I'm sure that there are Google Earth views, but I don't know that there are specific. Yeah. We're going to continue with the meeting in just a minute. I do appreciate, if you'd like to stay for the rest of the board meeting, you are welcome to. But if not, we do have the rest of the agenda to go through. So I'm going to ask if folks are not staying for the rest of the meeting, if you would go outside. Nothing personal. It's a lovely night. If you want to continue your conversations on the front steps, that would make it a lot easier for the people at home to continue to hear the important meeting that we have. Gentlemen, ladies, can I please ask that you continue the conversation outside the room, and preferably outside the front door, so we can continue with our meeting. We can talk about that. Thanks, Dan. Okay. I'm going to ask folks out in the hall if they can keep it down. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask that you go outside. But in the meantime, we'll continue on with the rest of the agenda of our meeting. Let me get back to where we are here. We have communications. Can I have a motion to receive and file the communications?
Second.
In addition to all of the various items of communication that were included with the record of the public hearing, we had a couple of communications tonight. One related to our noise ordinance, and that is something that we are working on and was discussed initially, some potential changes at our most recent public safety committee meeting. And also a letter from the president of the Congregation of Light of Israel on Monroe Avenue, thanking me, but I really want to deflect a lot of the thanks to our police department. This is relating to a celebration that Congregation Light of Israel held in honor of their new Torah. And thanks to the hard work of our police department, they were able to conduct a parade down Monroe Avenue safely. So thank you, Mark, Captain Klein, and everybody else that was out that day. We appreciate it. We have a motion to receive and file those communications. Anything that was received tonight will go into the public hearing record, and we will receive and file that formally at a future time. So we'll just cover these two. Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel.
Aye.
Councilmember Novros. Councilmember DePonzio.
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy.
Aye. Committee reports, Community Services Committee.
I have the report from Chris, and it's quite lengthy. Should I just put it in? Or
That would be great. Why don't you, Louise?
I'll just tell you the
Submit it
main
to the-
part. We discussed the different issues at the parks, and we talked about the Brickyard Trail dedication, which is on the 29th. The 12 Corners beautification and maintenance, traffic control box painting project is still taking in people who want to send in entries. And we discussed the smoking policy about eliminating smoking in all the places in the town and town property. And the next meeting for the community services will be, he doesn't say,
July 20th. July 20th.
July 20th at Brookside at 9:30 in the morning.
Thank you, Louise. Finance and Administrative Services, Jason.
Yes, Bill, for the Finance and Administrative Services Committee met last Wednesday, June 15th. Each of the items that were reviewed at our FASC meeting are on tonight's agenda. The additional item that was brought up for discussion was regarding the cell tower lease. There is a water tower on land that's owned by the Brighton Water District. And there are cell towers up there that are subject to, where the Water District earns revenue. And there was some discussion regarding the renewal of those leases that'll be brought before the FASC for further discussion as more information is received. Our next meeting will be on Wednesday, July 6th. We will meet at 8:30 in the morning in the Stage Conference Room, and the public is invited to attend.
Thanks, Jason. Back to you, Louise, for Public Safety.
Public Safety met last Tuesday morning, and we had one resident come and talk about desiring to have stop signs put on the streets that are perpendicular to a hillside, and that is going to be looked into by the Public Works Department. We also had a couple come and speak about, he is a bagpipe player and his neighbor is complaining about the noise, and that is being discussed later on. Let's see what else I have. These were just sent to me. Then we had the networking. Brighton Ambulance has 458 calls for service. Brighton Fire has had 1,059 calls. Brighton DPW season paving projects are almost finished, and milling projects are going to begin soon. Brighton Police accreditation was recently completed. Full staff with new hire, introducing the new hire for the public. He was introduced today. Tonight, City of Rochester Fire Department, they are always, they're stopping by the firehouse for download of cameras. Old business update or special events, there's no update. Anyway, there's no update on the geothermal matter. Well, the intersecting streets for Hillside, where are we with that?
I was not at the meeting, Louise,
I think there
because
was a consensus at the meeting that, and with the concurrence of the police department, that that was consistent with what we've done elsewhere. And in particular, there were issues raised about T intersections, but the problem with the T intersection is not with the, it's the through street where there's an issue with putting in stop signs. At the dead end part of the T, there is not. So it was the consensus of the committee to proceed with a local law that would put traffic signs at those intersections, and that should be reported out to Ken for drafting.
I will prepare a letter to the town board to that effect, Supervisor.
Great. Thank you. We'll have, and again, like other local laws, we'll set a public hearing. And
the noise ordinance, Matt and Tony Beth Weister addressed the committee about bagpipe noise and the desire to modify the noise ordinance to add personal musical practices. Town board is to review changes and will look into it if a decibel level needs to be added or other factors. And lastly, the Country Club of Rochester will have fireworks again this year, and the annual event and postcards are normally sent to the area residents. Time and date of the next meeting will be July 12th at 8 o'clock in the morning in the downstairs meeting room.
thank you, Louise. Jim, Public Works?
Public Works has not met since the last meeting. Our next scheduled meeting will be on July 5th at 9 a.m. in the lower level community meeting room. And like all of our committees, those are open to the public.
Thank you very much. We have no old business, new business. Jason?
Yes.
Reading and approval of the claims?
In fact, earlier today I reviewed claims totaling $782,834.37. Notable claims include $138,417.50 to Scanex Pipe Services Incorporated for pipelining and additional services related to sanitary sewer lining projects. Also, $31,096.38 to Maine Motor Car, Inc. for a 2016 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo Police SUV. Also to Suit Corporation in the amount of $88,242.40 for Oil and Stone surface treating materials for our road maintenance program. And then finally, $476 to the sports officials of the Rochester area to provide umpires for 28 adult softball games through our recreation department. The claims all appear to be in order, and I move that they be approved.
Second.
Discussion? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Councilmember DeFonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Why don't you do the next one too, Jason?
Yes, the next matter seeks approval to adopt amendments to the working hours policy and current personnel policies and procedures. I move we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
This is a matter that we did discuss in the Finance Committee, in part designed to reflect current practices. Sometimes the right thing to do is to adjust the policies to reflect actual reality. But we also wanted to make it clear that in some cases we can take advantage, be a little more flexible in the hours that our employees work to extend coverage, so that even though it might be outside these sort of core hours, we actually can provide better coverage, and in some cases get people in the office. This is particularly, we're looking at an IT position very early in the morning before there's people in using the computer system. It's a better time to do some of the diagnostic and other work on the network. So although it would not have been consistent with our old policy, we didn't lose coverage. In fact, we added hours of coverage, and there was good reason for that person to be in at that time. So those are the kind of factors we would look at in deciding whether to allow exceptions, but it was the consensus of the Finance Committee that this was a good modification. Suzanne, I don't know if you have anything to add to that?
Oh, I think you covered it all.
All righty, thank you. Then we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Councilmember DeFonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Jim?
Yes, next item is the approval to accept grant funding.
No,
wait a minute, no, excuse me.
Before that.
Yeah. Authorize supervisor to execute all associated documents relating to the County of Monroe's acquisition of temporary and permanent easement located within the Monroe County Department of Transportation's planned Elmwood Avenue project, improvement project. I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Tim, do you want to, this is part of a good county project?
Actually, it's a great county project, Supervisor. You, shortly after, I think, being elected for your first term, you ran into some county personnel at a meeting and put a bug in their ear, which we had actually bugged them about numerous times before. And lo and behold, I think you worked the magic. Because
whatever magic I worked was also in part due to a resident who also independently had raised the same.
Right. And we've had a lot of support from the folks in the area too about getting some type of traffic control up there, because it's a well-used intersection. And
this is the corner of Elmwood and Lac DeVille.
Correct. And with the growth of the university and Strong, there's probably more of a need now than it was years ago. So the county did undertake the initiative. They started the the pre-planning and the design, and they're actually into the property acquisition phase, if you will, because they do need to widen the bit of Elmwood for the lane tapers for the left-hand turns that will be involved in the project. So very worthwhile project, a safety project. We see it from our perspective, certainly something that will help with traffic at that intersection, particularly in the busy evening and morning rush hour times. So
and these are, in both cases, the permanent easement is 197 square feet, so a very, very small
Very small.
area. The temporary construction easement is only slightly bigger, about 1,200 square feet.
Correct, and that's only needed during the construction itself. And the Public Works Committee was very supportive of going through with, not requiring the county to do an appraisal and then, put an offer into the town, because we do feel very strongly in support of this project.
Yeah.
Now, the one question I am going to ask, though, is this a matter that requires a permissive referendum as a transfer of town real estate? Sorry to put you on the spot like that.
I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
I believe that even the grant of an easement does. If you want to, why don't we hold that matter? We'll go back. Yeah, we'll go back to that one. We'll move to the next one, and I'll ask Louise if you would make the next motion.
Approval to accept a grant funding totaling $7,000 and appropriate same to support purchase and install of electrical vehicle charging station to be located on the town hall campus. I move that the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
These are two grants. One is a grant program funded by state money, and for the life of me, Tim, I can't remember. David Keefe is the director of the program, and for the life of me, I can't remember the name of the program. But he is someone we have worked with as a resource in the electric and clean vehicle area.
You are correct, and I'm going to be I'll second your blank motion.
I remember his name because like yours, it's Keefe, but he adds an E at the end.
Yes.
The other 5,000, though, I know very well where it comes from, because it is a grant from the Brighton Rotary Club, and they found this project to be a very worthwhile project and one they wanted to support for the community.
Is the service going to be free to the residents?
We've looked at you can get these things with what's called a charge point. Charge point is the vendor. And the cost of the charge point system itself is in the $5,000 to $7,000 range to add that on. Plus you have a modem, a monthly modem charge that you have to pay that I think Tim had indicated was another $40 to $50 a month. And what we have heard to date from other jurisdictions, including both the city and Penfield, is that electric usage has really been only about that $50, $50 to less than $100 per month, so comparable to the cost of the modem, nowhere near enough to pay for that additional $5,000 to $7,000 for the charge point system before the whole system probably exceeds its useful life. So the recommendation that the Finance Committee acted on is that we would not charge users at the present time, but that's something we can look at, and if energy consumption increases to the point that, because we can't, it's not appropriate for us to just give it away, but the problem is it would cost more for us to charge for it than it would be on this recommended basis. So usage is something we'll monitor. We've been told these systems can be traded in. But for present, that's the basis that we would do it on, no charge to users. And the plan is to put it here in the library parking lot, sort of in the southwest corner of the library parking lot. So we have a motion, and Jason, did you second that?
I think I did second.
I think you did.
I did,
Yep.
yes.
Any further comment on that? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Manley?
Aye. Jim?
Yes, next item is to authorize the supervisor to execute an amendment to the agreement with Bear Landscape and Architecture, Inc. for additional services needed for the Brickyard Shared Use Trail Project, with approval for the budget appropriation for funds totaling $1,860.23 to support the same. I move in the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Manley?
Aye. That was one of two
Yep.
Brickyard Trail-related matters. So, Jim, why don't you do the
Next
second
one is to authorize the supervisor to execute a change order with DeFiore Construction Company for additional services needed for the Brickyard Shared Use Trail Project, with approval for use of funds totaling $8,139.77 to be appropriated to support this same project. I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
And this matter is before us. The prior matter was before us for a budget appropriation for those funds.
Right.
This matter is before us because now with this still relatively small change order, we will exceed $10,000 in aggregate change orders on this substantial construction project, which was the threshold at which we had agreed we would come back to the board on. But I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this matter?
The second was
Jason.
Jason. Thank you.
And hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Manley?
Aye, and this is a great time to put in a plug. We're talking about the Brickyard Trail 1 week from today. I can't begin to tell you how long I have waited for this day. A week from today, we will be opening the grand opening of the Brickyard Trail at 11 o'clock at the Elmwood Avenue trailhead of the Brickyard Trail. And it's the interpretive signage and other interpretive devices, the regular signage, but more than anything else, the beauty when you get in there, the wildlife when you get in there is nothing short of extraordinary. Now that Brickyard Trail is part of a larger park. That's part of a close to 72-acre park that the town purchased through incentive zoning at a dramatically discounted price when the Landing Senior Living Community was approved down on Westfall Road. And as part of this ceremony, we are also going to be dedicating and naming this beautiful park. And I'm pleased, if you didn't read it in the newspaper, I am very pleased to announce that that park, right over here, running between Elmwood and Westfall Road, will be named the Sandra L. Frankel Nature Park. And it is truly a nature park. The diversity of plant life and the diversity of wildlife, animal life that is in there is wonderful. So Sandy was such an important part of developing our park system. I'm pleased to be able to name this park in her honor, and I'm pleased to invite everybody next Wednesday, 11 a.m. There should be a lot of parking here at Town Hall, particularly with the library temporarily closed for construction. But there is overflow parking if necessary, thanks to our good friend Rabbi Peter Stein at Temple Beth Kodesh. So come on out, everybody. It's going to be a lot of fun. Very exciting day. Last item we have here, Jason.
Yes, the next item seeks to authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with Insight Architecture to provide grant writing services to seek funding on behalf of the town through the New York State Consolidated Funding Application Program for the Farmers Market Project. I move we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
I was at a meeting the other day for this, and assuming that you were going to accept this, they are already starting to write the grants. They are, especially this one where it's going to take a lot of imagination and there's so many involved parts to it. So they think that we'll just have to see if they get it or not.
Yeah, this is, as many of you know, thanks to Joe Morelli, who was here earlier this evening, we received an additional $500,000 in grant funding through his office this year. But I had also met earlier in the year with Vinny Esposito, who is the executive director of the Finger Lakes Regional Economic Development Council, and Stephen Fleming, governor's representative here in the Finger Lakes region. They were both supportive, encouraging, no promises, but that this seemed like the kind of project that would be very attractive for regional development, not just because of the impact that the farmers market has here in Brighton, and specifically this is for a winter farmers market project at Buckland Park at the site of some of the existing agricultural buildings, but also the impact that it has on agribusiness, farmers, family farmers throughout the Finger Lakes region. Our farmers market is locavore based. Vendors sign a contract that commits them that the majority of their products being sold are produced locally. So this will impact not just Brighton, but a broader region. So we're going to be working with Insight. Insight is one of our consultants as we develop. They made recommendations for the winter market project down there, and their principal is a real farmers market expert. So we're looking to, many of you saw our plans at the farmers market on the first weekend in June, but we're looking to get funding so that we can successfully make the full transition. We've got funding for the first phase. We're looking to go beyond that so that we can move the farmers market to a real farmer's home, to agricultural buildings and development on the site of the Buckland Park, the former Buckland Farm. So I'm excited, and hopefully if we proceed, we'll get this grant. But we have a motion and a second. Any further discussions? Thanks, Louise, for your comments and support. Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Aye. Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Matters of the, let me go back to Ken. Ken, yep. What do you think? Permissive referendum?
Yes. So Town Law Section 64.2 would require this to be subject to a permissive referendum, and within 10 days of adoption of this resolution, the town clerk needs to post and publish the fact that it is subject to permissive referendum under Town Law Section 90. So I would suggest that the town board add the following language as a additional resolved paragraph to this resolution, which I'll give Mr. Amon.
No, you publish
Nope.
as in paper of record.
Let me give that to you exactly. Within 10 days after the adoption by the town board, the resolution, which is subject to a permissive referendum, the town clerk, in the same manner as provided for notice of a special election, shall post and publish a notice which shall set forth the date of the adoption of the resolution and contain an abstract of such act or resolution concisely stating the purpose and effect thereof. The notice shall specify that such resolution is adopted subject to a permissive referendum.
And that does
I know what you're about to say is
well, it's not just the publishing, but because we're just kind of coming to that realization, I might ask that we hold this another meeting, because we've only got 3 hours tomorrow morning to pull all of this together, including determining where because there's physical posting, if I remember correctly, as part of that, as far as a local election, there's actually has to be posted in public places. I remember we went through that with the fire district's matter several years ago.
Well,
but it could be posted at town hall.
And the key is getting the legal notice, and I'll ask Ken to get you that legal.
I mean, if we think we can
Yes.
pull everything together in 3 hours tomorrow before it's due, then okay.
Right, I think the publication needs to go out.
Yep, and Ken,
Publication will be a copy of the resolution, which I'll have for you before we leave here tonight, along with a simple statement that says the resolution was adopted on such and such a date, June 22nd, I believe it is, 2016.
Still.
As long as we act within the next 25 minutes. And is subject to permissive referendum.
Okay.
On the other hand, if we wait until after midnight, then we get we get 10 days from then, right?
Well, but we got to get the publication in the paper.
It's not going to help us with publication, correct?
Yeah.
So what I was going to say is I would suggest that as an additional paragraph, we add to the bottom of this resolution, and it be further resolved that the granting of the permanent easement above is subject to permissive referendum.
Permanent and temporary, or?
I don't think the temporary is.
Okay.
It's not a permanent granting of property. That the permanent, I'm sorry, let me start again. Resolved that the granting of the permanent easement above is subject to a permissive referendum subject to town law, section 64-2, and the clerk of the town shall post and publish notice of such resolution within 10 days as required under town law, section 90.
Thank you. Jim, you made that motion initially, and Jason, you seconded it. Do you both accept that as a friendly?
I do, yes.
Absolutely.
Any further discussion then? Hearing none, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Thank you. Okay, now matters of the supervisor. 4th of July is coming up on the 4th of July. And a few changes and a few traditions returning this year, but let me try to walk everybody through the day. The day, as it always does, starts with something, well, I haven't done, and that is the 5K race. But 700-800 people every year run that race, and I think it's wonderful. It's the Brighton Chamber of Commerce 5K race. It starts at Brighton High School, and again, 8 o'clock that morning. One of these times I'm going to do it. It's not going to be this year, though. When you get finished with the race and you get finished with the awards ceremony, take your bib inside Brighton High School, or just go straight over to Brighton High School for the return of the Town of Brighton pancake breakfast.
Eureka.
We're going to be having pancakes again in Brighton High School, 8 to 11, 4th of July morning. And yes, runners with their bibs will get, I believe, $2 off the price of the pancakes. I think it goes from $7 to $5. So it's a great deal. But you definitely want to stay in the 12 Corners High School area, because really a very special event memorializing a very special person at 10:30 in the 12 Corners Park. The Chamber of Commerce will hold the Memorial Award ceremony, and this year Marion Brown is being remembered. And Marion, as we all know, and many of you out there know, served this community so well, both as a town board member and as town clerk. And her daughter, Debbie, is a county legislator. And Marion carried on, passed on that legacy of service. So we will be honoring the memory of Marion Brown, 10:30 at the 12 Corners Park that day. Then you can take a break, but come back to Meridian Center Park starting at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, we have a variety of activities beginning: food trucks, vendors, games, the Brighton Kiwanis Club Kids Zone with a petting zoo and face painting and balloon animals and all sorts of great stuff for kids. The rides are going to be a little different. The activities are going to be a little different this year because there's a limited number of these ride vendors, and they seem to be looking for a 3-day weekend package because the 4th of July is a 3-day weekend. But we've got something different. We've got a new vendor coming in with some new activities. The one that I think is really going to excite a lot of people is a zip line. You'll be able to zip line right there in Meridian Center Park. But there'll be a number of other activities, not quite the same rides as we've had in the past, but I think some great fun for kids of all ages. Now also, starting that afternoon and going into the evening, we always have music. This year is no exception. Starting at 2:30, Tegan and Lou, part of Tegan and the Tweeds, a well-known Rochester band, will be performing, and I want to give a shout out because we've talked about the side stage or the small stage. Not this year. With great thanks to our friends at ESL, this year one of our lead sponsors of the 4th of July, they will be performing on the ESL Park stage at in 12 Corners. We've in Meridian Center. We've reconfigured the festivities a little bit, continue to make that stage a more inviting one during the day. At 4:30, Dave McGrath, you heard him last year, former Best of Rochester winner. He was terrific. Will be performing on the ESL Park stage. At 6:30, the Earth Tones. Every year the Earth Tones come back. Great band. Brian and Eva Regan, wonderful music we all know, we all love, also on the ESL Park stage. They lead up to the Sky Coasters, the main event, almost the main event, the Sky Coasters at 8 o'clock. You can never get enough Sky Coasters, and we've got them right before the fireworks. They bring out a huge crowd. You can just see the throngs of people coming in from the parking lot just before 8. Everybody wants to hear the Sky Coasters, and everybody wants to see the fireworks. And the fireworks just before 10, about 10 minutes to 10, right from that same location that they always do, right over the main stage, shot from the canal trail. So it's a great night. Also this year, and thanks to Sarah Rubin and some others, we have a new butterfly garden out in Meridian Center, and that will be formally dedicated on the 4th of July at 4 o'clock. That's part of a Rochester community area-wide initiative to provide more butterfly habitat to counter, in particular, a severe drop in monarch butterfly populations. So we're doing our part. So it's a full day on the 4th. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll see you all there. Finally, I just want to very briefly, we're leaving pretty late tonight. Some of us are going to be back at it tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning. We have our second meeting tomorrow with our budget review task force. We've begun work on our capital improvement plan, and that's a very important part of our budget development process, and the volunteer team of the task force works with staff, and we're going to see Commissioner of Public Works Tim Keefe there, I think at 8. And since you provide such a healthy part of our capital planning, we're going to bring you in early.
Thanks, Bill.
But thanks. So the budget, as you know, it's a tough process. We've talked about the tax cap, and thanks to our finance director, Suzanne Zaso, who works hard every year. Thanks to our budget director, Andrew Robinson. We're going to go through that process again this year. So just wanted to let everybody know that we've begun that. And we are also meeting with all of our department heads tomorrow at 10 o'clock to get them started on, while we're doing the capital budget, they're going to be starting work on their annual department level budget. So this becomes a very busy time for the finance director. That's all I have. Matters of the attorney?
I have no more matters tonight that I care to talk about.
Thank you. Matters of the clerk?
Just very briefly, because I know it's late. And it turns out we've had quite the competition tonight for viewing. So our Congresswoman, Louise Slaughter, has been part of a very strong effort by the Democratic caucus in the House, and they're holding the floor trying to force a vote on a gun control bill. So I just wanted to give Louise a shout out, as she's been tweeting pictures from the floor, literally from the floor of the House.
And she's with a man who is a great American hero. And I can't begin the emotion when Congressman John Lewis came to the Eastman Theater, and I had the great privilege of being there to hear him speak to the REOC, Rochester Education Opportunity Center graduation. And you talk about chills up the spine. This is a man who was such a leader with Dr. Martin Luther King, was beaten within an inch of his life. And in fact, some of the nuns who helped save his life that day, crossing that bridge when he was beaten savagely, were also there. And it was really something. And Congressman Lewis called that sit-down strike, literally a sit-in. So
now that we're wrapping up, it's okay to point people over to C-SPAN to watch the proceedings there that are still going on 12 hours plus strong.
Thanks, Dan. Members of the matters of the town board?
Yeah, Bill, your announcement about dedicating the nature trail for Sandy. I don't know if we've discussed this, but I, for one, would propose that we as a council would fully endorse that with a consensus vote here.
Well, we can certainly do that, Jim, if you'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, I would like to do that. You know, I was here with Sandy when it started, and I must tell you, were it not for her verve and drive, we would not have the parklands that we do today. And it really started and worked well, and you were there with us for all those years. But I got to tell you, this is much deserved.
Oh, it absolutely is.
So I'd like to make a motion that council would fully endorse the naming of that trail, Sandy L. Franklin.
No, the park.
The park, excuse me.
The park. And the formal name will be the Sandra L. Frankel Nature Park.
Thank you.
And so I have, Jim, I have your motion to that effect to dedicate and name that park, this approximately 72 acres of parkland, the Sandra L. Frankel Nature Park.
Exactly.
Can I have a second on that?
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion? Dan, if you would call the roll, please.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros? Councilmember Taranzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Strongly.
All right.
Very, very pleased. Any other matters of the board?
Look forward to the board.
Thank you to the cable TV.
Big thank you to the cable TV team. You did a great job tonight. Thank you. Do we need an executive session? I don't think so either. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
While it's still
Second.
the 22nd. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. We'll see you at our next meeting, July 13th, right here at 7 p.m. Thank you, Judy, for sticking with us all night. And thank you, everybody. We'll see you then. Have a good evening.